The future is now. CEE Digital Summit Warsaw is a meeting of digitalization leaders from all over Central and Eastern Europe. CEE region as the new Silicon Valley. The Central and Eastern European market is a globally unique ecosystem, offering companies and startups a wide range of opportunities and support. CEE is a veritable mine of ideas and solutions. Digitalization is now the most important element of economic policy. For this purpose, we need not only the development of the internet infrastructure of the future, but also innovation and digital skills. Digitalization of the economy is one of the main impulses for the development of the Central and Eastern Europe region. Cooperation in the region is the most important condition for the development of digital economy in Central and Eastern Europe. Our ambition is to create a responsible and innovation-friendly legal environment. We build a bridge between startups and the largest technology players in the market, developing an innovative economy as a common priority for all CEE governments. Our priorities: digital competencies, investments in modern technologies, cybersecurity, support and development of startups, uniform and transparent law, fifth-generation network. Access to the internet and digital services as a fundamental right for everyone in Central and Eastern Europe.
Good morning, everyone. At least technically, it's still morning. My name is Michał Giersz. I'm very happy and delighted to welcome all of you at Central Eastern Europe Digital Summit here in Warsaw. What's ahead of us in those coming hours is, I believe, very fruitful and interesting speeches and debates, discussions on what future brings. But this particular future is now, and this is probably more true than in any other area. So we will be discussing chances and opportunities, business-wise, in the terms of public administration, but legal challenges as well, because usually when there's a chance, there's a challenge coming as well. So we will be discussing privacy issues, cybersecurity issues. This is one of the topics that we will be discussing today. What's more important, chances and opportunities or challenges? This is all what we will be focusing on today in those coming hours. First of all, please let me welcome some of our special guests here today. First of all, Mrs. Bożena Fortnacic-Boroje, Ambassador of the Republic of Slovenia to Poland. Good morning. There's been lots of that done. Mrs. Margarita Ganeva, Ambassador of the Republic of Bulgaria to Poland. Hello. Mr. Mark Boris Andrianic, Minister for Digital Transformation of Slovenia. Mr. Zdzisław Sokol of the Chancellery of the President of Poland. Mr. Adam Andruszkiewicz, Secretary of State at the Chancellery of the Prime Minister. Mr. Jan Sarnowski, Under-Secretary of State at the Ministry of Finance in Poland. Mrs. Egle Markiewicz-Jute, Vice Minister of the Economy and Innovation of Lithuania. And then, as you all see, there are also our special guests, representatives of the initiatives and associations of especially businesses focused on digital and technical transformation from all of our region, from Bulgaria, Czechia, Croatia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, of course, Romania, Slovakia, and Slovenia. And also there are two of our partner organizations from Ukraine and Belarus. Thank you for being with us, and it is a very warm welcome. Hi, hello, everyone. So now, without any further ado, please welcome to the stage person you probably most of you know very well, President of the Digital Poland Association, Mr. Michał Kanownik.
Welcome all of you, finally live, not on the screen. Really, it's a big pleasure for me that I can see you directly, not only on the screen, because of course we are a digital industry, so for us it should be a normal way, and we should be proud that whole world last 2 years existing because of digital technology. But it's high time to say hello, a normal life, in digital way, but a little bit more meetings in live. I think that all of us will agree that this meeting is very important for us to get something more about our priorities, our goals, and find the way how to build a real digital economy in our part of Europe, in whole Europe, maybe on the global market. 1 year ago, we decided to create a special coalition to create a strong common voice of our industry in Europe, because we as a CEE region need a little bit something else than the rest of Europe. We are on a little different level of digitalization, and we need something more, something else. Another regulations, another investments. So that's why we signed a Warsaw Declaration. And last year, we were working very hard to build our coalition, to build our cooperation in our region. Finally, this time, we can meet together in Warsaw. Why? I told you a few words about reasons, but one more time. In our opinion, we should, as a digital industry of CEE region, create a very strong, very common voice of our industry and help our governments to create the same common voice to discuss on a European level about regulations, investment, about money, about skills, how to build this part stronger in Europe, and how to use digital technologies to help our countries, our region, be richer. 14 organizations, 11 Free Seas Initiative countries. So I'm really proud that we have on the board all countries from the Free Seas region, and it's still our meeting, we can add another one. Today, we can welcome on board in our coalition AmCham of Bulgaria. It's great news for us that our friend Bulgaria joined our coalition. Our cooperation focuses on the fields of, first, uniform and clear regulatory environment. Without these good regulations, it's impossible to build a real digital industry. Fifth generation mobile network. Frankly speaking, Mr. Minister, I think that we should think about 6G network right now. But first, let's make first step and build this fifth generation mobile network. Digital competence. Without digital skills, without people who know how to use these technologies, we can't build a digital industry, digital economy in our region. Supporting and developing startups. Investing in advanced technologies. Access to the internet and digital services as a basic right of every CEE citizen. Data management, and the last one, but not least, cybersecurity. In all these issues, the cybersecurity is one of the most important things, and we have to remember about it. What to do? Of course, we are creating common opinions to the most important European regulations in this area of digital industry. We talked about DSA, DMA. I think the most hot topic right now on the European table. We talked about recovery fund. we try to make a common voice, common opinion about how to spend money, how to invest this money to build digital economy. So I hope that next step, next meetings will be much more interesting. New members will join our coalition, and I hope that this meeting in Warsaw will be every year meeting. And today I would like to invite you next year to Warsaw to summarize this next year of our activities, and we get to know where we are next year after our activities as a coalition. So we invite all of our honorable guests to become involved in our effort. I hope that we will be able to discuss in all our guests, in all our policymakers in the region, in Europe, about our main goals, and we will find the best solutions. We will exchange our best cases, our experience, our knowledge, and together we'll be able to build a real digital economy in CEE region and be ready for cooperation and activities, not only in region, on European level, but even in global market. Thank you very much. Welcome to CEE Digital Summit Warsaw 2021. Let's build the digital sea together. The future is now.
Thank you very much, Michał. Thank you for the applause, though you would have more chances to applaud Michał because we will be meeting him today a lot. We are very honored that the President of Poland, Mr. Andrzej Duda, has addressed this summit. So now please welcome Mr. Zdzisław Sokal of the Presidential Chancellery to read out the address.
Prezydent Rzeczypospolitej Polskiej Andrzej Duda, Warszawa, 6 października 2021 rok. Organizatorzy oraz uczestnicy CEE Digital Summit Warsaw 2021. Serdecznie pozdrawiam Państwa biorących udział w konferencji CEE Digital Summit Warsaw 2021. Bardzo dziękuję Związkowi Cyfrowa Polska za dotychczasowe zaangażowanie i pracę na rzecz transformacji cyfrowej zarówno w Polsce, jak i w regionie Europy Środkowo-Wschodniej. Cyberprzestrzeń we współczesnym świecie nabiera fundamentalnego znaczenia, stając się już nie tylko nowym podstawowym wymiarem efektywności człowieka, lecz także jednym z głównych czynników wpływających zasadniczo na rozwój i zwiększenie dobrostanu naszych państw i narodów. Dodatkowo rosnąca zależność rozwoju społeczno-gospodarczego od technologii oraz konektywności cyfrowej powoduje spotęgowanie wpływu cyberprzestrzeni w obszarze gospodarki i geoekonomii. Otwiera ona zatem przed nami niewyobrażalne dotąd szanse i możliwości, będąc przy tym jednym z największych wyzwań, przed którymi stanęliśmy jako ludzkość. Wspólną odpowiedzią państw Europy Środkowo-Wschodniej na globalne i unijne wyzwania jest inicjatywa Trójmorza, skupiająca się w rozwijaniu konektywności w obszarach o znaczeniu strategicznym dla naszego regionu, transportu, energetyki i cyfryzacji. Niemniej to właśnie filar cyfrowy stanowi najbardziej istotną i newralgiczną płaszczyznę współpracy, determinującą sukces całej inicjatywy. Od naszej bowiem umiejętności przyswajania i wykorzystania najnowszych technologii oraz funkcjonowania w rzeczywistości gospodarki cyfrowej zależy miejsce naszego regionu w gospodarce światowej. Pomimo powyższego liczba projektów priorytetowych z zakresu sektora cyfrowego zgłaszanych przez państwa członkowskie w ramach inicjatywy jest daleka od uznania za satysfakcjonującą, a większość z nich w porównaniu do projektów infrastrukturalnych z zakresu transportu i energetyki jest w dalszym ciągu na etapie koncepcyjnym. Skala i charakter zagrożeń na arenie międzynarodowej wykazują jednakże na konieczność współpracy państw o wspólnych wartościach i wspólnej tożsamości w zakresie zapewnienia wiarygodnej i bezpiecznej infrastruktury oraz szybkiego postępu w dziedzinie technologii informacyjnej. Wizja Free Sea Smart Connectivity przedstawiana przez panią prezydent Estonii Kersti Kaljulaid podczas szczytu inicjatyw Trójmorza w Tallinie w 2020 roku może stanowić punkt wyjścia naszej współpracy w ramach inicjatywy Trójmorza w obszarze cyfrowym. Połączenie naszej infrastruktury energetycznej i transportowej z platformami i usługami cyfrowymi jest warunkiem nabycia przez nasz region skutecznej pozycji konkurencyjnej na arenie globalnej. Potwierdza to zatem potrzebę wzmocnienia naszych wspólnych wysiłków na rzecz określenia i wdrożenia projektów z zakresu transformacji cyfrowej w Europie Środkowo-Wschodniej. Polska to kraj, w którym firmy branży IT rosną szybciej niż w innych tradycyjnych sektorach gospodarki. W ramach inicjatywy Trójmorza współpracujemy z Litwą, Łotwą i Estonią, między innymi w sprawie łączności 5G oraz połączonej i zautomatyzowanej mobilności. Wśród projektów priorytetowych zgłoszonych przez państwa członkowskie znalazła się także polska propozycja stworzenia cyfrowej autostrady Trójmorza The Free Seas Digital Highway, której celem jest wzmocnienie bezpieczeństwa i odporności infrastruktury cyfrowej. W tym kontekście należy podkreślić, że państwa Trójmorza inwestują znaczne środki finansowe na realizację projektów i przeprowadzenie transformacji cyfrowej. Kwota środków na rzecz implementacji istotnych inicjatyw w tym zakresie w nowych wieloletnich ramach finansowych na lata 2021-2027 oraz w unijnym instrumencie odbudowy Next Generation EU na rzecz cyfryzacji wynosi ponad 9 miliardów euro. W ramach natomiast Krajowego Planu Odbudowy Polska przeznaczy prawie w dzisiejszym dynamicznie zmieniającym się świecie polskie firmy charakteryzuje ogromna kreatywność i ambicja. Oferują one przełomowe inwestycje i konkurencyjne rozwiązania w zakresie fintech, cybers, smart city, lotnictwo bezzałogowe i infrastrukturę 5G. Dlatego, choć pozostając otwarci na współpracę z partnerami z innych krajów, powinniśmy w pierwszej kolejności wykorzystać rozwiązania cyfrowe opracowane przez firmy z naszego regionu. Technologie te nie ustępują produktom oferowanym przez aktorów spoza Trójmorza. Raz jeszcze serdecznie dziękuję organizatorom za przygotowanie i kontynuowanie tej celnej inicjatywy, jaką jest CEE Digital Summit. Życzę Państwu owocnych debat oraz dalszych sukcesów w integrowaniu naszego regionu. Z wyrazami szacunku i honoru podpisał prezydent Rzeczypospolitej Polskiej Andrzej Duda. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the possibility to attend this conference and big greeting from Mr. President and issue for good discuss, for good organization and see you next year. Now it's possible will be this meeting next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. We have not only been honored by the President of Poland, but also by the Prime Minister of Poland, Mr. Mateusz Morawiecki. So now with his address, please welcome to the stage Mr. Adam Andruszkiewicz, Secretary of State and the Chancellery of Prime Minister.
Szanowni Państwo, rozpoczynająca się dziś druga już edycja CEE Digital Summit Warsaw stanowi wyjątkową okazję do spotkania liderów sektora firm, ekspertów oraz przedstawicieli instytucji publicznych zaangażowanych w transformację cyfrową w Europie Środkowo-Wschodniej. Żałuję, że nie mogę uczestniczyć w tym szczególnym wydarzeniu. Wszystkim Państwu pragnę przekazać zapewnienie o mojej pamięci. Zmiany związane z wdrażaniem technologii cyfrowych dotyczą dziś wszystkich dziedzin życia. Ich efektywne zastosowanie to warunek konieczny rozwoju sektora prywatnego i publicznego, a co za tym idzie, rozwoju społeczeństwa i gospodarki. Kilkanaście miesięcy pandemii COVID-19 bez wątpienia przyspieszyło procesy związane z cyfryzacją gospodarek państw na całym świecie i pokazało, że jako europejski region powinniśmy podjąć próbę odpowiedzi na wyzwania współczesności związane z postępem technologicznym. Dostrzegamy potrzebę wprowadzenia aktywnego dialogu o przyszłej wizji świata w obliczu rozwoju nowoczesnych technologii. Dziękuję organizatorom wydarzenia za stworzenie możliwości dyskusji o perspektywach transformacji cyfrowej w Europie Środkowo-Wschodniej. Jestem przekonany, że rozwiązania wypracowane przez Państwa na tej dwudniowej konferencji okażą się istotnym w tych rozmowach głosem, że zaowocują wieloma rozwiązaniami korzystnymi dla społeczeństw regionu Trójmorza. Wszystkim uczestnikom szczytu składam życzenia niesłabnącego zapału do realizacji ambitnych, innowatorskich rozwiązań. Z wyrazami uznania i pozdrowieniami prezes Rady Ministrów Mateusz Morawiecki. Thank you very much.
We're very happy that the Polish officials are so enthusiastic about what we are about to be witnessing today. And since obviously we will be discussing international cooperation in the region, especially just in a minute. Just now, please welcome Tomasz Jamrus, Director of the Economic Cooperation at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Poland.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I agree that it's a very good to be here in person, although it's a digital summit, so it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone that the conference is being held virtually. But it's great to be here in person, as I said, especially in this beautiful, wonderful building. So it's a kind of a bonus for all of you who are here in person as me to see this building. It's being refurbished, but it has a long tradition. It was at the time of the construction, it was the 6th tallest building in Europe. It was destroyed during the Warsaw Uprising, but rebuilt and refurbished. Now it's open to all visitors, so I hope you also enjoy this. And coming back to our main topic, so the Digital Summit, yes, and the potential of our region in the digital sphere. Well, there is much talk about this potential. Some people might wonder why Central Europe, why this region? Well, the answer is relatively easy. It stems from our strength and our long tradition in mathematics. There are many mathematicians coming from this region. As we know, digital sphere is strongly connected with mathematics. There are other reasons for that, and we all them know more or less. Well, if we want to experience this potential, if we want to see where these strengths are, it's just perfectly enough to go out to town, not only Warsaw, to a very small town in Poland, and it's super easy to settle the payments digitally. It's super easy to be authenticated by your bank. It's super easy to buy a ticket in a public transport using only your mobile phone or a card if you wish. But actually, most Poles, I presume, forgot about credit cards. And I spent some time in countries which belong to the group of the most developed countries in the world. And I can assure you that there, what we already accepted for us, it's kind of normal in terms of digital payments, say. For them, it's fintech. I say to these guys, you know, it's regular bank here in this region. So, and it's really something which we take for granted. It's not so certain, not so widespread there. As I said, I'm talking about the group of the most developed countries in the world. So what lies ahead of us? So where is the challenge, someone might say, right? If we have so great potential, if we dispose of such strengths, why there is still this challenge? Well, the challenge is in part because, there are big players who are not really interested in letting in certain, well, very, very innovative small and medium enterprises to share the cake that they are enjoying. And I'm not suggesting that there is no way of cooperating in this sphere, accommodating this tenet that I just mentioned, so just inviting these really innovative companies to provide the solutions, provide the technologies for the digital sphere. But the precondition for that is that those big players are playing by one single rule, that the platforms they are creating or are willing to create with small and medium enterprises will not generate locked-in effects. So this is one single precondition, in my opinion, which has to be met in order for this cooperation with big companies to be forged. And I believe that also some of you are representing such companies, and I think that you know what I mean. So it's not about excluding certain players because of the country they are coming from. It's about only imposing this one precondition. And I think that for all of us who are coming from the democratic part of the world, it shouldn't be so hard, as this precondition is really based on a very democratic rule that the best should win and the market should decide. Thank you very much.
Yes, so now this is definitely the moment. If we are talking about cooperation, especially within the region, each of the countries have their areas of expertise and are struggling a lot to improve the skills, the citizens' skills in terms of technology, to improve how business finds their ways through the technological transformation. One of those countries creating digital hubs, digital coalitions is Slovenia. So now, please welcome to the stage the Mark Boris Andrijanic, Minister for Digital Transformation of Slovenia.
Dzień dobry. Thank you very much for this kind introduction. Dear friends, it's a great honor and pleasure to be with you today. As many of you know, Warsaw feels like my second home. I spent some of the best years of my life here, so it truly feels like being among friends. Thanks so much for inviting me, but let me start by explaining how and when my love story with CEE began 20 years ago. So right after high school, my best friend and I had a big idea. We wanted to spend the first carefree summer of our lives in the US. But when we counted our savings, it became obvious that we don't have enough even to spend one weekend in New York. So we came up with an even better idea. And we bought an Interrail ticket, and we spent the next month and a half touring Central and Eastern Europe. Now, 20 years ago, this region was a completely different place. Don't get me wrong, the beer was still great, but the trains were a lot slower, the cities were gray and dusty, and very different what we see here in Warsaw, Budapest, Prague, Bratislava today. And in the 20 years that followed my trip to CEE, I dare to say we witnessed one of the biggest economic miracles in the European history. The 10 CEE countries in that period doubled their GDPs. Millions of people were lifted out of poverty. Countries like Estonia had in 1990 GDP per capita that was very similar to the one of Papua New Guinea. Today, Estonia boasts 4 tech unicorns and has one of the most digitalized societies on the planet. Poland, on the other hand, today hosts some of the biggest R&D centers of major tech companies in the world. Slovenia, my home country, is a champion of green tech and AI. We host UNESCO's first AI center, and produce some of the finest electric aircrafts and boats. Now, we all know that the EU was the real and true catalyst of CEE's incredible and miraculous growth. Now, we all also know that the EU is facing a major crossroads today. For years, we have been lagging behind China and the US when it comes to technological progress and economic dynamism. If you look at the top 30 global tech companies, you can only find one coming out of Europe. That's German SAP, which is an amazing company, but it was created almost 50 years ago. In the past decade, you had 600 companies around the world going on to become unicorns. Only 1/8 of them was created in Europe. So what we need is to talk about a vision of Europe that's more competitive, that's more innovative, and that's also a bit more optimistic about our joint future. Now, don't get me wrong, I think we all agree that we need comprehensive regulation of the tech sector. It's simply one of the key sectors in today's economy, and it should be well regulated. But at the same time, we need to make sure that we're creating an environment that will breed our own digital champions of the future. We need to obviously do a lot of things as Europeans and as the European Union. First of all, I would say we need to complete the single market, especially for digital and other services. This will allow our startups to scale their operations across the continent without being forced to hire an army of lawyers. We also need to boost research funding and encourage closer collaboration between our excellent universities and the private sector. We also need to invest more in the strategic areas of the future, including AI and cybersecurity. Now, the last but not least thing is we desperately need to be better at attracting capital and top talent from around the world. Now, the good thing is that the EU is doing a lot already. I believe that by creating a European single market for data, we will be entering a new era for European data-driven digital economy. We're also ramping up investments in AI and other strategic sectors. And last but not least, I think the RRF truly is a historic opportunity to supercharge our digital and green transition. Obviously, 3 key areas will come to the front. The first one is bridging the digital divide. The second one is greening our economy. And the third one, which proved very true during this pandemic, we need to modernize our healthcare. Now, that's the reason why there's absolutely no coincidence why Slovenia elevated digital transformation of Europe to the very top of our presidency agenda. And I must say that we're working very, very hard to make significant progress in the area of EU regulations when it comes to digital services and markets, when it comes to data governance, and when it comes to AI. This year has been transformational for my country's digital ambitions. In April, we brought together the country's leading experts in digital technologies to come up with very practical solutions that will help us become one of the 5 most digitally advanced countries by the end of this decade. In less than 2 months, we came up with 40 recommendations that will supercharge the digital transition in healthcare, in public administration, education, and the economy as a whole. I was basically appointed to make sure as many of these recommendations become a reality. And let me name just a few of them. We will be introducing free vouchers for all school children and the seniors so that they will be able to access digital skilling courses and obtain computer equipment that's modern and necessary for the 21st century. We will also be greatly expanding telemedicine and e-health programs across the way. We will be opening a new app which will allow you to access and use all government services with a couple of clicks away. Now, on the more strategic side, we will be establishing an international center for applied AI in Ljubljana, and we will be opening a trade and tech representation office in the Silicon Valley as the first country from the CEE family. Now, we plan to do most of the things in next year, but I think it's really important lesson for all the countries in CEE to make sure that this kind of collaboration that we're fostering today doesn't happen just between our governments, but also between the experts, the business societies, and the NGOs in our region. Now, I would like to end by saying that I don't know exactly how CEE will look like in 20 years' time, but I'm pretty sure that if we continue on the path of reform and digital transformation, this will be the tech and economic engine of Europe. Thank you very much and have a great conference.
Thank you very much, Minister. What you have mentioned, the international cooperation on so many levels, state-wise, business-wise, NGO-wise, we'll all discuss that later on. But Digital Poland Association has its moment every year. This is a moment when it honors one specific person, a leader of technological transformation, a leader of digitization in Poland. And this happens right now, and it is one of the most important moments of today for us. But this is all from me. What goes on, what is next, belongs to Michał Kanownik again.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me. Every year I can say who is the most important person in Poland, Polish market, open for new technologies, for digitalization, and a person who are open for discussion with industry about the best solutions in this area. In the history, our award, Digital Eagle, received first our Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki, then Minister of Development Jadwiga Milewicz. Next one was Marek Zagórski, Minister of Digital Affairs. Last year was Justyna Orłowska, head of GovTech program in Poland. And this year, you don't know, I know who will be the next person. But first, a few words. Why he? I can tell that it's a man. This year's Digital Eagle Award is a token of appreciation for relentless work for digitalization of VAT taxing mechanism. Probably more of you know exactly who is this guy. A crucial element in a greater idea of modern e-state, and for leading the Polish fiscal policy into the digital era. Today, we show our appreciation for making Polish tax policy more modern and digital every step of the way. The award is also a sign of our gratitude for supporting the Polish digital and advanced technologies industry, which has suffered from tax crime activity for too long. By coordinating the sealing process of the Polish tax system and providing digital tools for the business to operate and fulfill its fiscal duties. Finally, the Digital Eagle of 2021 is being awarded for allowing Polish companies to operate in the digital market efficiently and safely thanks to the e-commerce VAT package. But for sure, there is a lot of work to do. I'm honored to present the winner of the Digital Eagle, awarded by Digital Poland Association, and invite him to the stage. Undersecretary of State and Minister of Finance, Plenipotentiary for International Cooperation in the field of VAT, co-founder and Deputy Director of the GovTech program Polska, Jan Sarnowski. Janku, Gratuluję, dziękujemy i jak mówiłem, tu jeszcze dużo do zrobienia, więc to nie jest finalna nagroda, jest na zachętę jeszcze, ponieważ wyzwań nam nie zabraknie.
Bardzo dziękuję. Thank you very much for this tremendous award. It's not an award for me, it's a token of our best cooperation with the digital sector, not only my cooperation, but especially of the large team of more than 200 people engaged in creating the tax legislation and operating together with the Polish entrepreneurs from the side of Polish tax and revenue administration. For many years, our team was engaged in setting the level playing field for all the players on the digital market to help them in the competition with companies that do not feel their taxes properly, who are engaged in tax frauds. There is no healthy economy if there is no level playing field on the market and if there is no common ground for all companies to compete on a single market. So this is the direction in which we are going. We are also going in the direction of implementing to our systems new digital services for Polish citizens and especially for Polish companies that are making their activity easier. The international trade runs smoother because of this kind of regulations. On the other hand, we are already witnessing the digital revolution in the public administration. The public officials also have to learn how to use the new tools in their work in order to be much more productive and effective in their job. This whole campaign in order to create a real digital Poland would not be possible if we would concentrate only on the public sectors and how the administration, also in my case tax administration, is operating. We are doing all the changes in a very near cooperation, very close cooperation with companies, with both big tech and with startups. So one of the most important partners of the administration is actually the Digital Poland. So first of all, I would also like to express my gratitude for President Kanownik for his constant support and above all for his inspiration. He is the very person who comes to us pointing the elements, situations which need to be addressed, both as far as day-to-day work of the administration is concerned and as far as our legislative job is done. So receiving feedback from the market is the most important part of our job, because we are not doing the regulations for ourselves, we are doing it in order to accommodate some needs that are present on the market. So the fast information coming to the Ministry of Finance from other side of, let's call it barricade, is the most important thing on our job, and building this kind of bridges between administration and, of course, legislation and the market is the most important thing in order to make legislation that is not only effective, but which is also easy to introduce in the day-to-day work of the companies. Ladies and gentlemen, a few years ago, I was one of the people funding the GovTech program alongside with the Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki and with Minister Justyna Orłowska, both also proud owners, people awarded by the Digital Eagle, and we dreamt this few years ago about implementing a vision of modern digital Poland. We wanted the tax administration to open the doors for Polish innovators, for technological companies and for startups in order to prepare the best, most effective solutions for both the citizens, taxpayers and for the public administration. On the other hand, we wanted the tax administration to effectively use the tools prepared by our technological branch in order to be much more effective. And we wanted also to introduce new legislation that will create not only equal, but also the finest competition conditions for businesses that are operating in Poland, to let them expand, to let them conquer new markets. So that they also can compete not only in our regions, but also with big tech from Western Europe and from all over the world. Today, I can say that we do live in such a country that did implement this kind of solution, and that is actually going to implement some further ones starting January 1st. Currently, we are one of the most digitized countries as far as payment technologies, electronic payments are concerned, and we will outrun the peloton through our new legislations, with the solutions introduced in cooperation with the market, such as the cashless taxpayer project. We are also one of the few countries where all of the employees not only can, but actually do use digital tools in order to settle their personal income tax declarations. The number of electronically filed personal income tax declarations increased during the last 4 years fourfold, from 5 to 20 million. Only 5%, 1.2 million of the tax declarations are actually filed now on paper. So they're actually a dying species that we don't want to save. We will be more than welcome to let them basically go. But there is also one more development. Every second of the electronically filed personal income tax declarations, 10 million, were not filled electronically by the taxpayer. They were actually filled automatically by our algorithms, and the only thing that the taxpayers had to do is, with 2 or 3 clicks of the mouse, to accept the already ready tax return pre-filled by the government. These are the new digital tools given to the public. But on the other hand, we also did see the whole revolution in the tax administration. We excelled in combating the tax frauds. 4 or 5 years ago, the VAT gap was like 25%. Every 4th euro that should have landed in the Polish budget due to the VAT landed in the grey economy, or even worse, in the hands of tax criminals. Now it's not 25%. It's much less than 10, approximately 8%. It was only possible through implementation of the IT tools developed by the market, successfully introduced in the tax administration and used on a daily basis by our officials. Algorithms that search auction portals and find tax-free electronics sold on them. Very important thing, both for the administration and for the market. One of the fields on which we are creating this level playing field. Online cash registers and software cash registers that can be even installed on mobile phones. Firstly introduced legally last year. Last year also we did see some new products on this area hitting the market. Now we are working on making this kind of solution available for every Polish entrepreneur, not to buy the cash register as a machine, but simply as a software, much cheaper and much easier to use. At the end, the electronic invoicing, which will speed up business-to-business transactions. The legislation on this matter was already passed by the Parliament and will be coming into force on January 1st. I could continue listing the new solutions implemented by the government, and it could take several hours, but summing it up, it shows us that we are doing our best to be much more effective, and to make this digital revolution possible. What we are also doing, we are helping to introduce these new solutions in other countries. The electronic invoices systems were introduced in Poland are being actually right now introduced in Poland, but we are following the footsteps of other countries that already did so. The footsteps of Portugal, of Spain, of Italy. Now we are joining the team of most advanced, technologically advanced countries as far as digitization of tax administration and of the invoicing systems is concerned, and they are ready to help other countries also in our region, as the very first country in the region, to introduce similar measures. We may not be the richest country in the European Union, we may not be the most powerful one, but we definitely are one of the bravest. And this bravery is one of the elements that can be seen in all of the Free Seas initiative countries that are willing to learn from each other, to follow each other's steps in order to help each other to develop, to counter the challenges that arise in the digitization era, and also on in my area of expertise to fight together against tax criminality and with companies taking advantage of the tax system in order to make the competition of the market virtually impossible for all the honest businesses. Once again, thank you very much for this wonderful award, and see you next year.
Tylko jeszcze jest prośba o... Musimy powtórzyć zdjęcie niestety. Dziękuję jeszcze raz, gratuluję. Ja oczywiście uwielbiam, excuse me, I love change agenda during the event, Michał knows. So a short announcement for all of you that I promise that we will try next year, from next year, during next summit in Warsaw, the Digital Summit of our coalition, honored some CEE region ambassador of digital industry, and I hope Gabor is accepting my idea. Great. So from next year, we will award not only a guy from Polish side, but one ambassador of digital industry from whole our region, and this is my promise for the next summit next October. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Michał. Michał, don't go too far. You're not going. Very good. You have a job to be done in a minute. And we are rushing on, certainly. I have promised you fruitful, hopefully, discussions, and those are coming in just a moment. We will have 4 panel discussions. The one that is just coming, and Michał will be hosting, is digital industry and CEE transatlantic relations, and then we will focus on cybersecurity, on lots of challenges, on business transformation as well, and this is all that is going to be happening in those coming hours. And if you're concerned, yes, there will be a lunch break as well, so none of you is too hungry. So this is what is happening just now. Let us just prepare for the panel discussion in a minute.
The future is now. CEE Digital Summit Warsaw is a meeting of digitalization leaders from all over Central and Eastern Europe. CEE region is the new Silicon Valley. The Central and Eastern European market is a globally unique ecosystem, offering companies and startups a wide range of opportunities and support. CEE is a veritable mine of ideas and solutions. Digitalization is now the most important element of economic policy. For this purpose, we need not only the development of the internet infrastructure of the future, but also innovation and digital skills. Digitalization of the economy is one of the main impulses for the development of the Central and Eastern Europe region. Cooperation in the region is the most
A ja myślałem, że oni mieli zacząć jak ja gadam, że oni mi to już ustawiać jak ja gadam, dlatego tak się Dlatego tak
Our
gadałem.
ambition is to create a responsible and innovation-friendly legal environment.
Ja tego nie pamiętam, jak my to ustaliliśmy, ale ja byłem przekonany, że oni mają, jak ja mówię, to oni już gadają.
Developing an innovative economy as a common priority for all CEE governments. Our priorities: digital competencies, investments in modern technologies, cybersecurity, support and development of startups, uniform and transparent law, fifth generation network. Access to the internet and digital services as a fundamental right for everyone in Central and Eastern Europe.
Ja nie, bo ja tego nie...
The future is now. CEE Digital Summit Warsaw is a meeting of digitalization leaders from all over Central and Eastern Europe. CEE region as the new Silicon Valley. The Central and Eastern European market is a globally unique ecosystem, offering companies and startups a wide range of opportunities and support. CEE is a veritable mine of ideas and solutions. Digitalization is now the most important element of economic policy. For this purpose, we need not only the development of the internet infrastructure of the future, but also innovation and digital skills. Digitalization of the economy is one of the main impulses for the development of the Central and Eastern Europe region. Cooperation in the region is the most important condition for the development of digital economy in Central and Eastern Europe. Our ambition is to create a responsible and innovation-friendly legal environment. We build a bridge between startups and the largest technology players in the market, developing an innovative economy as a common priority for all CEE governments. Our priorities: digital competencies, investments in modern technologies, cybersecurity, support and development of startups, uniform and transparent law, fifth generation network. Access to the internet and digital services as a fundamental right.
Everyone, please take back your seats. We're pretty much ready to get started again.
The future is now. CEE Digital Summit Warsaw is a meeting of digitalization leaders from all over Central and Eastern Europe. CEE region as the new Silicon Valley. The Central and Eastern European market is a globally unique ecosystem.
Mogę mikro... O, jest mi... O, dzień dobry, panie redaktor.
A wide range of opportunities and support.
Start next point our agenda. Please invite all our guests take a seat. Mówiłem, że tak będzie. Nie, po prostu trzeba było bez przerwy robić. Jasne.
Minister da radę dzisiaj po południu, bo jest Senat.
Wiem właśnie.
I być może jakiś
First panel, when we will discuss about the digital industry and CEE's transatlantic relations, we'll have three very important, in our opinion, keynote speakers. So it will be, I think, very good introduction to our panel discussion about these issues. So first, please, we'll have connections with Brussels, with Cecilia Bonnefeld-Dahl, General Director of Digital Europe. Hi, Cecilia. Nice to see you. Unfortunately, only on screen. But in 2 weeks, we will see, I hope, live on our next meeting. So, Cecilia, I would like to say the floor is yours, but maybe screen is yours.
Thank you so much. And as you know, I would love to have been there, but I'm traveling quite a lot again. And I'm very happy that I can actually be a part, even though only on screen. So thank you so much, Mikhail. So let me just shortly introduce Digital Europe. I think I have at least a few representatives actually in the room. So, of course, Mikhail, who is a former board member and an esteemed member of Digital Europe with CIPSE. We have Pitt there with Isabella, and I think I heard also Gabor mentioned from Hungary and several other organizations that are a part of Digital Europe. Maybe we can jump to the next slide, and you can have a little bit an overview of who we are and the membership that we carry. We have I don't know if I can control the slides myself, Mikhail. If not, I'm pretty reliant on you switching the slides for me. Okay, I will be waiting. Okay, no problem. I will continue, and we can jump. We can skip the first slide, maybe. We represent a membership of 41 organizations, representing around 35,000 businesses across Europe. This is digitalizing businesses, so of course a lot of tech SMEs, but also manufacturing sector, health sector, and many other digitalizing industries. And of course, our main vision is to make a stronger digital Europe and a Europe where digital technologies, innovations, and artificial intelligence are actually providing Europe citizens and with competitive jobs, better health, and better public services. So very good to hear also our esteemed prize winner talking about the transformation of public sector. So let's jump to the next slide. So I think one thing is characterizing Europe, like Minister Andrianik also said. We need to collaborate. We need to have much more an internal market. And one thing is for sure that one by one, all countries are small. Some know that they're small, others are still small, but have less knowledge of the global competition. And I'm very happy to see also the region of CEE really collaborating closely, having those pan-European investment, pan-European coordination on how we spend our money and where we actually can create a scale is really one of the things that Europe has been lacking. Not only in the regions, but of course also on a European scale. We know that digital economies are growing basically 2.5 times faster, and even if you look at companies, many of the companies that made it through the 2008 crisis, for example, but also now the COVID crisis, are highly digital. Which means that the resilience of our economy is basically depending on the digitalization we are able to both leverage in private and public sector. So we had Ursula von der Leyen coming in with her speech on the State of the Union a year ago saying, we must make this Europe's digital decade. And she launched a strategy of 2 big strategic pillars. Of course, the most important one in this sense is digital, and the other one being a greening of the economy. Those two are actually goes hand in hand, and to reach the green targets that countries are committing to, digital technologies are the key factor to actually do that. We already know now that to bring down the CO2 level, the CO2 levels to where we want to go, we need a heavy implementation of artificial intelligence and many other technologies within the industry and across the board. Let me jump to the next slide. So what did EU actually do? Well, they came out with the Digital Compass, looking at 4 elements: structural reforms, pan-European projects. Again, brilliant to see the collaboration in the region here. It includes concrete KPIs. Digital Europe, if you go to our website and you will see with all our members, we have shaped actually KPIs for digital skills, for digital health, for SMEs, data adoption, etc. And many of these KPIs are directly mirrored into the KPIs that now the countries are signing up to basically be a part of reaching those digital KPIs. So good to see the governments also in the rooms and that we are acting for once in Europe really as a one entity towards a stronger digital Europe. Then if we look at the funding, so when you have a plan and a strategy, you also need to put your money where your mouth is. This actually happened. We had a huge EU recovery and resilience fund and several other funding mechanisms where 20% of the recovery funds was actually dedicated directly to digital. And over the last year, countries have been handing in their plans on how they will basically spend this 20% of the resilience fund. Of course, here it's extremely important that we see a lot of this funding going directly to strengthening the industry. So, and why do I actually say that? Let's jump to the next slide. I mean, making a point on growing the economy, well, without the private sector being also of course the one of the funding source of taxes and stability in the society, we have a few drivers where we really need to leverage our competitiveness of Europe. Skills, not least. I think we have seen an increasing understanding from leaders that it's very good to do technology and be able to use technology, but that will not necessarily make you more competitive in a global market. Having the skills and the people that can actually really develop and include it, but also make scalable companies that creates an economic ecosystem around tech is absolutely key. Until now, if we look at Europe and even US, they're far behind in STEM skills from Asia. Asia had a strategy 15 years ago to really develop much more STEM skills, meaning mathematics, IT, tech skills, and they're far, far ahead on the number of STEM skills. But where STEM skills are, digital technologies will go. Infrastructure. Without the infrastructure, we saw that during the COVID crisis, no chance in hell that we can both actually go to work, but that we can also leverage, for example, complex digital services that has a lot of data usage behind it. We need a 5G boost in our infrastructure to make sure that our companies can actually use the latest technology in their adoption and of digital transformation. Adoption of new technologies, AI and cloud and data. Actually, only 12% of SMEs are using data as a source to strengthen their competitiveness directly in their services. And the same goes for cloud. We actually want to see really a strengthening of the data adoption for SMEs. Big companies, yes, but big companies also have the ability and the resources of doing so. So how do we make sure that opening up public data, for example, also comes into use for the SMEs and the smaller companies in the economy? Then not least, scale. How do we make sure that we can scale? So as Andrianik said before, we have a limited amount of unicorns, meaning fast-growing, high-value digital companies. I'll get back to that. But also, in fact, we only have, if you look at the 40 biggest IT companies or tech companies in the world, only 3 of them are European. So how do we make sure that we actually have a home market where it's attractive to grow strong in Europe, of course, also to go to other countries and also to sell in a global scale, but that we have a scale that is easy to go from Poland to Slovenia, from Poland to Germany, from Denmark to Poland. This is not easy. And the fragmentation of both investment and of regulation is making it much, much harder. So we must incentivize, our political leaders to work together to make sure that we implement all our regulations, but also, not least, as Andrianik also said, the incentives that they are using on national level. How can we work together to make the incentives, not only national, but really a part of the internal market? Okay, let me jump to the next slide. So if we look at unicorns, one of the things that we did, and thank you, and I know that Gabor is in the room right now, the Hungarian NTA brought forward a health company working with cancer research using AI, and they won our Unicorn Award last year. So we are trying, basically, each year we have this competition between all the countries nominating their most cool, fast-growing scale-up that has a potential to become one of those winning companies in the world. And why are we doing this? Well, we are doing this because we see that right now, including the UK, we only have 12% of the world's unicorns. If we exclude the UK, we are down to 5%. This is simply not good enough. And seeing that we only have 3 of the big tech companies left, how do we get into a different situation? So with that, this is one of our contributions on how to do this. And let's actually look a little bit on more on what we are doing for SMEs and for the growth and transformation of Europe. Maybe jump to the next slide. So as I said, there are 2 components. So first, the regulation. First, I must say, Europe is the most regulated, and some would say well-regulated, some would say over-regulated. That is a taste of how you see regulation, but it is by far the most regulated content in the world. This comes with good and bads. This comes, of course, with rightfully use of technology, of many other market conditions in Europe. But it also comes with the complexity that we are 27 member states, and each member state has their own little flavor of how to do that. This is one of the main reasons why it's hard to grow in Europe. And it is the main reason that is mentioned by SMEs and the future unicorns when we ask them what is the biggest barrier of Europe. So again, it will be of crucial essence that we support the European leaders in harmonizing the way that they implement the common rules of Europe. So what's at the table at the moment? The Artificial Intelligence Act, we have Digital Service Act and Market Act, and a Data Governance Act. I'm going to dwell a little bit on each of them. The Artificial Intelligence Act, we have taken a risk-based approach. I've been very heavily involved in it myself. I still think it has a way to go, and I will tell you why in a second. The Digital Service Act, it seems that everybody more or less agree that we need to do something about terrorist content, illegal content, that we want a safer internet, that we don't want counterfeit goods and illegal goods to flow through the channels of online trade. We are almost there. It looks like it's reaching a compromise where we can actually agree on a common ground on how to do this, and something that I believe that we can move forward. Let me dwell at the Digital Market Act. This is basically regulating how we compete in market and what are the rules of the game. Well, here it is important actually also to get a common understanding with one of our big trading partners, amongst others, the US, but not limited to the US. And this is why we are working in the Trade and Transatlantic, with the Trade and Technology Council with EU-US, where I spoke last week. These big market conditions, of course, we should agree in Europe, but we also need to bring along our biggest trading partners. We know that 86% of the future growth will come for companies outside Europe. So it is of essence that we actually align and bring our partners along on that journey. Looking at the Data Governance Act, well, this is extremely important. How do we get more data in the market? How do we make sure that we have clear rules of engagement on this? Again, it has a way to go, but the discussions are ongoing, and I think there are good discussions to actually have. Let's jump to the next slide. So one of the things that we are also doing in Digital Europe, just before I go to this slide, is that we are looking at how can we work with our national trade association, which I mentioned some of them in the room today. Well, right now, with all the funding that is coming out, we know that a row of different projects will be launched. There will be data projects on manufacturing sector. There will be data projects on health. We know that there will be a lot more projects on skilling, and we are looking into how we can help and be kind of the spark and the leader and take some leadership in coalitions where we can make sure that this money is actually reaching the digital organizations in the nation states, and that we can work together on how we will implement much more data being given to SMEs. You have heard about the data spaces. This is becoming real, and we want to make sure that the Polish, the Slovenian, and the Hungarians, etc., that all these SMEs actually benefit from access to this data, not only the bigger companies. So right now, I hope that next year, when I'm speaking to this audience, hopefully live, that we will be able to announce a row of concretely funded project where we work together with the organizations in actually making sure that all this money and all these resources that we have on data reaches the countries. So in short, I think, there is always this balance to strike between preserving our values, but also creating value. We need to be competitive. We need scale. We need speed. We need each other in Europe. And we need competences, capital, and not least, we need that common market. So every move we take, let's think like a team. Let's move like a team. And I think we are in Digital Europe. Thank you so much and have a great panel. I hope that I made an introduction that will inspire you to discuss many aspects. And I hope that I can be with you next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. Please, I will invite on the stage Eglę Markevičiūtę, Vice Minister of Economy and Innovation of Lithuania, for the second keynote speak. Please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I need some stability, if I may. Sure. So, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, fellow Lithuanians at the back of the hall, allies, it is my pleasure to be here in Poland. I have just landed from Paris last night, so needless to say, it is a pleasure to end the week with a different stream of digital thought. Balance in life is key, so I'm sure I'm happy to have it today. So today, my short philosophical intervention will be based on the challenges that our digital economies and the CEE are facing, and also the matter of values, the concept that, in our opinion, in my opinion, should also be addressed in our digital coalition's future as well. So where are we and where are we going? I will try to draw a picture from the perspective of Lithuania, but I'm sure that many of these challenges, many of these problems, many of these projects are also applicable to other CEE states. So it is not really nice to start with cliches, but we'll have to. We'll have to look back at the past 2 years and the challenges the COVID-19 pandemic has brought us. Looking back at it from a purely economical perspective, Lithuania didn't do bad. Our negative GDP growth was one of the smallest ones in the European Union. Our economy bounced back really quickly, and we have not seen many negative outcomes looking at from a macro perspective. So, first of all, the pandemic and these 2 past years has boosted our digital transitions of businesses. For a progressive enterprise, it is impossible not to use the tools of e-commerce and not to be on a digital scale. Second, the circumstances dictated the increase in digital skills. Third, as I said, our economy hasn't shrunk much. It has bounced back pretty quickly, and we're doing okay. And I think this is a common thing for the whole region. However, we do have a lot of challenges on our plate as well. First of all, talents due to a strong and rapid growth in digital sector. The need for IT talents is bigger than ever. Second, the pandemic and the increased use of e-services has displayed and shed light on the imperfections of our public e-services pretty heavily. Third, financial perspective and financial challenges. With the upcoming investments from RRF and the new financial period from EU structural funds, we will have to make sure that our investments in public sector and elsewhere are used in a smart way. And at the same time, we will inflate the need for digital talents and digital IT services even more. So this is the challenge that our countries, our respective countries, will have to deal with as well. Lastly, digital industry in Lithuania, just like in all Europe, is facing two major areas of change coming from the European regulation, namely the Green Deal and the Digital Deal. We will have to find ways to make our industry transform, and there are certain stoppages and certain challenges when it comes to transform these businesses, especially SMEs. So, but of course there are positives and attractive sides to our region which are important to facilitate and foster further. First of all, well, the size of digital economies by GDP in the region do not look bad. I know that certain Lithuanians sitting in the hall would disagree with me and tell that Lithuania has to work more on raising this GDP percentage even further. I do agree with that. Second of all, our countries are flexible and adaptable. Our countries are reform champions by DNA. Look at us 30 years ago and look at all the reforms that our countries went through. It is in our DNA, as I said. And lastly, our people are creative and ambitious. An average Lithuanian digital startup is usually already born with the mindset of going global, and even Europe as a continent is usually too small in their eyes. Of course, this global ambition is partially dictated by a relatively small internal market, but this is the silver lining which helps our digital economy a lot. So this is our digital economy's picture, which is, as I said, probably very similar in very many areas in the CEE. But going back to the main topic of today, the future of transatlantic digital cooperation, we have to admit that we are on a brink of very interesting political developments in Europe, which are going to have a long-term impact on our respective digital economies as well. We have to admit, we have to be uncomfortable a bit and admit that the European digital course and the global digital race is often overlooked in the CEE area, as most countries, with an exception of Poland and some others, are relatively small, and there are some reservations about being able to influence this digital course, but it certainly shouldn't be so, as we as a region still have tools to impact that. So the transatlantic digital cooperation will play a very big part in the process of region's digital transformation. As if we talked specifically about the US, this is one of the few digital super states and super countries that share our core values of liberal democracy, and especially the values that are prevalent in the CEE. So speaking about Lithuanian experience, our businesses on different maturity levels are heavily interconnected with the US. So including US businesses, business angels, and so forth. So it's an integral part of our economy, and as a Lithuanian and a representative of the government, I hope it stays the same. And indeed, we have, looking back at the challenges coming from the European regulation, we have DSA, DMA, DGA, various other initiatives, namely the European sovereignty ideas, the concept which are going to be crucial for the future of our transatlantic digital cooperation. Let me be uncomfortable again. As a Lithuanian citizen, first and foremost, and then the representative of Lithuanian government, I can only say once again, I wish that Europe, including us, including the old Europe, would first seek digital sovereignty from countries which do not share our core liberal democratic values. And I do believe that within our dialogue today, it is often overlooked. So this is the uncomfortable part. This is the part where CEE countries eventually will have to choose their battles and decide whether they want to ignore the pink dragon in the room or not. So we do have tools, as I said, to impact the European digital course and the future of transatlantic digital cooperation. We have CEE Digital Coalition, we have 3Cs initiative. Of course, in order to be more productive, we'll have to go deeper into the technical level to share our ideas, to share our good practices, as well as discuss the core values which are important for the future of European digital future. Second, the Trade and Technology Council between the US and Europe looks optimistic. I have heard ideas that it will not have a huge impact on the European digital course. However, the motto of the Council to lead values-based global digital transformation is correct, and it has full support from both Lithuanian government and businesses. And I'm sure that the ideas that are going to be discussed there eventually will spill over to both national and pan-national formats. So concluding my intervention, a short provocation and overviewing the whole CEE digital economy's picture, we have to conclude we all have very similar challenges. We all have very similar positive sides. We are attractive as a region. We do have certain competitive advantages. We have tools to make ourselves heard, but we have to continue the internal dialogue and evaluation within the countries regarding value-based digital partnerships, not only across, considering not only countries across the Atlantic, but also further east from the Caucasus. So that will be all from me, the short intervention and provocation before our panel debate. I will be glad to discuss the topic further. Thank you.
For sure, we'll continue these issues during our panel and the last keynote speech, but I think it's very, very interesting. I listened to this guy a few weeks ago, and really I was absolutely impressed his presentation, so I'm sure that today will be the same situation. Please welcome to the stage Solomon Pasi, former Bulgarian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and founding president of Atlantic Club. Solomon, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Michal. To elevate the expectations is not the best way to start a speech. Ministers, Excellencies, Szanowne Panie i Panowie, dear President Michal Kanownik and Cyfrowa Polska, thank you very much for initiating this summit. It really fuels Central and Eastern Europe. And thank you also for starting it at 11 o'clock. Thank you also for inviting me, as you wrote in your letter, Michal, to open and set up the tone of this panel discussion. I was honored to accept your invitation, but much to my regret, I will not be very optimistic, as I should be realistic. I will be talking about wars. Let me start with a quote by Mark Leonard, The Age of Unpeace. The biggest challenge during the Cold War was to control the spread of nuclear weapons. The challenge of our age is to disarm connectivity itself. To disarm connectivity itself. We gradually realize that the digital war became the mother of all wars. And the breaking news on Facebook and Instagram this week gave yet another proof of this. The digital war becomes the mother of all wars. Indeed, in the past 5,782 years since the creation, the world has always been in war with the evil and in defense of values. War started with Adam and Eve and the serpent, with Cain and Abel, and we reached the Second World War when Poland was divided by Hitler and Moscow. We witnessed a variety of wars, including conventional war, biological war, chemical war, biochemical war, nuclear war, terrorist war. In the past, in Europe, we used to fight for space and territories, but also for freedom, for independence, for dignity, even for women, as was the Trojan War. Today we fight to defend our values, the Atlantic values. Simultaneously, our enemies, however, fight for time and minds, as time and minds is the most precious commodity to win a war. And what happened in Afghanistan a few weeks ago is yet another proof that the war for values will not be terminated soon. We, the people of the 20th century, threw this ball into the field of the next generation. The big question is, what tools and weapons we need in NATO in order to conduct and win the ongoing war? The next war will be, of course, predominantly digital, even if it is nuclear. Look at the response to the nuclear preparations of Iran, which was given by Israel. It was a digital response. And digital is a complicated word. Tell me, how many of us can explain to our grandmothers what is digital? What is digital? Who can explain this to his or her grandmother? Not very many hands I see here raised. And if we cannot explain a war, how we can win the war? So let us simplify the task and translate the complicated Latin word digit into a simple English word. The Latin digit immediately becomes a simple English finger. Digit is finger. Palec po polski. It could be usual palec, it could be palec Boży, like in the movie of Anthony Krause. The Romans used their fingers to show numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is not very digital, but we understood that the digit is finger, while the finger is number. And now the digital war becomes a finger war. We need speed. We need speed. This is the finger war because it is the war made on the keyboards. And the mission of our summit, I would call it Finger Summit, is to offer solutions, and this is the tone which I wanted to set up to this panel, how to win the ongoing war in defense of our values. And for this, I will need, however, the wisdom of the next generation. Therefore, I'm here today with my much younger colleague, Katerina, or Katarzyna in Polish. She represents a different generation, and I will invite her to be here on the podium together with us. Applaud Katarzyna.
Thank you. Actually, today we represent the two largest generations on Earth, the two largest adult generations of voters in the transatlantic area, the generation of the baby boomers and the generation of millennials. When we say that we're the largest generations of voters, that means that in our democratic world, when it's time for elections, we have a major say on who will run our countries. And today we have some tips or hacks on how the digital war can be won. To win a war, we usually need three things: smart weapons, smart strategy, and smart soldiers. Let's look at the history. For example, we had David and Goliath, and also the example of Ulysses and the Trojan horse, the smart weapon. And we must have some other smart winners, right?
We come to the Second World War again, and Alan Turing, with whom the Brits succeeded to win the maritime war against the Germans, because he, and there was a Polish connection in this with three Polish mathematicians, succeeded to crack the Enigma code of the Germans. And in this, he and some others, like Jonathan Asuf, who is American of Bulgarian origin, gave the computer to the people, exactly in the same way in which Prometheus gave the fire. The fire made the wars hot, while the computer made the wars digital. And indeed, the digital became the mother of all wars.
And there are some other sub-wars, like the disinformation war. The battlefield of the disinformation war is social media, the greatest creation of my generation. We also have the biological war, and while genetic engineering might be a new trend, biological war is nearly as old as the war itself. In ancient times, warring parties used arrowheads with natural toxins, and diseases and non-battle injuries actually caused more death than the battles itself. And in future, we'll also have the space wars. But going back to the digital war, let's see who are we competing with. The Goliath of the East, countries like China and Russia and Iran and North Korea. They have many trolls and many hackers, and also overall population of around 1.7 billion people. And who are we? You probably know the answer. We are David. And as it was already mentioned, we shared common values such as rule of law, human rights, free market, and multilateralism. But our total population is only around 0.9 billion, so something in this picture must be missing. What is the missing?
Missing is the game changer, and there is always a game changer. But we need to offer this solution to Brussels. The biggest game changer in this game is India. The world's largest democracy, world's second IT country, soon to be the first, and the one which shares our values. The solution is in A, NATO-India Cyber Alliance, and B, EU-India Digital Union. Brussels does not have the imagination for this, but the CEE countries, or the 3SI countries, they have the imagination. And so I heard this in the speech of President Duda today. The digital highway. We have the duty to inject into Brussels more imagination in order to take the big solutions as realistic. Because the digital war is ongoing, it is the fastest, it is the deadliest, and some of the scenarios are even fatal.
And we must be prepared for this because it is no time to die.
And can you explain this to your grandmother?
I explained that to you already. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the final was a little bit more optimistic than the beginning. Time to discuss about all these digital issues. So please let me introduce our panelists. First, Mark Boris Andrijanic, Minister of Digital Transformation, Slovenia. Please welcome. Egle Markevičiūtė, Vice Minister of Economy and Innovation of Lithuania. Marta Poślad, Head of CEE and Transatlantic Public Policy, Google. And Tomasz Jamrus, Director of the Department of Economic Cooperation, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Poland. So, there's too many issues, I'm afraid, for so short discussion, but I will try. Let's start from you, Mark, because Slovenian presidency in EU definitely is a chance for something more, not only empty discussion about our priorities, but I would like to ask, what is your priorities as Slovenian presidency in EU in digital area? What is the most important points in your agenda in digital sphere?
Thanks so much for this question. And by the way, thanks a lot for this wonderful presentation. I love the idea of the strategic alliance between Europe, or let's say the West, and India. I did my little personal alliance of this kind on Saturday, marrying an Indian girl. So we're on the way. We're on the way. Thank you. So when it comes to our presidency priorities, as I mentioned, digital transformation and the digital files are super important to us. There's a lot on the table, as you know. Obviously, the big priorities are the DSA and DMA, but we're also extremely focused on Data Governance Act and the AI Act. I could mention some other proposals as well, but we really hope to achieve, when it comes to the first package, a principled agreement by the end of the year, so that things could be moved forward very soon. When it comes to the AI Act, we believe it's a strategic piece of legislation. It's the first of its kind in the world. As I mentioned in my speech, Slovenia has good credentials to moderate this conversation, given our vast AI expertise. And also, as mentioned before, I think data and access to data, especially industrial data and non-personal data, will be absolutely essential for the success of the European digital economy. That's why we have very high hopes for the Data Governance Act, which will represent a horizontal regulatory framework, and then obviously the vertical frameworks that will follow suit. So again, big opportunities on our table. Hopefully we'll be able to finalize as many of them as possible, but this is an ongoing debate. It cannot be completed in one presidency, not even in one presidency trio. I think the next presidency trio has also very big ambitions, and I'm happy to say that Czechia obviously will be holding the presidency in the second half of next year. So this, I would say, CEE narrative will be continued very, very soon.
Thank you very much. But you mentioned at the beginning about a very short relationship between India and EU. Of course, let's focus about different relationships between EU and different parts of the world. What do you think? What is the future for Europe? Because, of course, EU separately can discuss about leadership in new technology, but probably it will be only a discussion. We are far away in this war. But what do you think? Which direction in EU relations should be crucial for, in your opinion, for EU? Rather US or Asia? How to split these two directions?
That's a very good question, and that brings me to another of our priorities. Obviously, we need to understand that today's cyberspace is global, which means that Europe is one actor in a vast field, and we need partners. And obviously, we are big proponents of Euro-Atlantic collaboration. We're big supporters of the progress that's being made under the TTC umbrella. We were delighted to hear encouraging news coming from Pittsburgh a couple of days ago. So we believe in the open strategic autonomy for sure, but also in the transatlantic collaboration, in the area of trade, in the area of technology, defense, and so on and so forth. Now, obviously, we're also open to other partnerships, given that certain conditions are met. But at the end, I would say that EU and the US will never agree on every single detail. But in the end, we share the same strategic challenges, we share the same values, which for me is extremely important, and we share the same economic interests. So I think these three reasons are good enough for us to stay, if not brothers, then cousins.
Thank you very much. I will come back to you with another question, but now, Egle, I would like to ask you about your priorities. In your opinion, what is crucial for digital future of Europe? And of course, it's impossible to develop in all areas of digital economy. But in your opinion, what will be the priorities for the future for digital European economy? Maybe let's free the most important part of digital economy, in your opinion. What should be the crucial for our future? I think that.
Yeah. So I could limit myself to two, but since you asked for three, I would say talents, education, and taxes. So the talents, it could be viewed talents and education. It's interconnected. First part is, of course, developing our own skills, the skills of our own people within our respective countries. Here, the education should start from the early years at schools, including programs for children, for programming, and all other areas that they might be interested in. We have a lot of interesting initiatives, NGO initiatives in Lithuania for robotics, programming, etc., but it certainly needs a lot more of attention from the public sector as well, so that the educational policies are aligned with the progressive and forward-looking initiatives of NGOs. Of course, speaking about the talents, we cannot avoid the topic of migration policies. Especially countries in Central Eastern Europe, we have rapidly aging populations. The birth rates are not that great, and this Pandora box of opening our doors for talents from third countries has to be addressed as soon as possible. It is very politically vulnerable, and politicians do not, especially in the times that Lithuania and Poland is facing right now at the hybrid actions at our borders. It is it is a touchy subject. However, it will need to be addressed. And of course, the taxes. This is important not only for CEE to have a competitive advantage against the old Europe, but also for Europe as a whole. We have to name the pink elephant in the room. When it comes to the US and Asia, Europe is it doesn't have a seat at the table when it comes to competitive advantages tax-wise. So those would be.
Thanks very much. Marta, you're representing a big business, the biggest business, I can say. Can you agree with these priorities from Slovenian and Lithuanian side, or maybe for business, there is something else what should be on the first three positions of a European agenda, digital agenda?
Thank you for having me, that's first. And thank you for all the great input to this question so far. I think this list is long, and there are many different perspectives we can certainly look at. So I would definitely agree with everything that has been said. What I would add is probably kind of a business geopolitical lens to it. And it's been already mentioned by a number of speakers today, but last week we had the very exciting launch of the Trade and Technology Council between the EU and the US that provides a new platform for the discussion among allies, among regions and countries that share values that I think in many ways responds with a lot of struggle that we've seen, be it internally in the US or be it internally within the EU. Also, when it comes to the relationship societies have with tech platforms like Google and many others. So I truly believe this is a great new beginning. And if I were to conclude that as an expectation, I would say we should really look up to the TTC and as tech community really figure out what should be our contribution. And then coming to CEE, a region that historically has been a great friend and home to US investment, I very frankly speaking, I think there's a big stake for individual countries, but first and foremost for the 3SI initiative. That is an initiative that works around a lot of US support that is probably shaping different views when it comes to worrying concepts such as digital sovereignty, for example. And Google loves the concept of 3SI also because it really gives an opportunity to look at a number of countries that would be usually difficult to gather attention as individual member states of the EU. And I think that's going to be also the process for how the future EU-US conversation is going to shape. And adding to the priorities ministers shared, of course, there is a robust regulatory agenda in progress and ahead of us. And Google is very transparent in saying that this is absolutely needed and we're open to it. But we're also looking forward to making sure that the outcome of that regulation will be non-discriminatory, that there will be a lot of regulatory dialogue in all that, and we will, after all, meet the goals of what, for example, Digital Europe shared with us today, to meet the greater ambitions of digital growth. So I think we're looking forward to the next months of the discussions. We're very excited that the presidency is currently within our region. So let's see what's going to come out of that. I'm trying to think if there is anything else. I think I would like to wrap up with saying that, you know, when you go to a tech and policy conference nowadays, you go to two panels. Like one panel is about the threat coming from bad actors and fragmented internet, and that's where people usually have very firm views about how we should be working in a multilateral manner, for example, between the EU, the US, the UK. And then you go to different panels when you look at the very nitty-gritty tech issues in Europe. And my big question, my big expectation would be we should be merging those panels and bringing them into one rooms, and really prioritize well what are the questions and what are the overarching values we'd like to work around. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Director, we all agreed that about this strategic partnership between EU and United States. And of course, Free Seas Initiative is an example of this strategic partnership between our region and United States, and close friendship in our region. What do you think? How can we, via Free Seas Initiative, build this strategic partnership with the United States as the EU? How can we use our initiative, our country, our region, to build this strategic partnership on the EU level with the United States and avoid any misunderstanding, which we have had some examples last few months between some countries from old part EU and United States. Can we be some kind of ambassadors for Free Seas Initiative of this strategic partnership with the United States?
Yes, thank you very much indeed for this question and these questions. And well, I would try to answer them from a more kind of a business angle, but not purely business angle, but of course involving the role of public administration and the countries themselves forming the 3 Cs initiative. Because of course the questions you raised have as well this geopolitical angle, but just referring to these questions from this more business angle, I think that the main tenet on which we can build the approach according to which, I mean, the 3 Cs initiative is indeed a kind of a tool as well, an instrument with which a tighter cooperation between the US and the EU could be forged, is the fact that we offer many advantages and opportunities for US companies to get involved, especially in these sectors which involve heavy digitalization, so to speak. So, and of course, we would like to have an ecosystem, an environment which is secure and which can be trusted. So if we digitalize many spheres of our economies, including transport, infrastructure, more broadly speaking, not only this purely digital sphere, then we definitely would like to have a very secure and trusted solutions in place, because the more digitalization we have, the greater exposure we could have to malicious acts, which was, of course, dramatically displayed during the last keynote speech. I wouldn't say that I wouldn't even put it as much as far as to suggest that we are on the brink of a war, digital war, but certainly we are being challenged by certain malicious actors in this sphere. So when it comes to this cooperation in the digital sphere, as I said at the beginning, the main precondition for this sort of cooperation, say between the US companies and the innovative SMEs from the 3 SI countries, should be this openness to most innovative solutions. Some of them could be provided by 3SI SMEs. So we should definitely avoid a situation in which we have this locked-in effect. So just let me give you a few examples what I am talking about. It's well, we could imagine that there are opportunities for many companies. If we say, if we are talking about 5G, there is much talk about the most people would say that 5G means higher efficiency in terms of the flow of data, mobile data. Well, but it's not only that, as we know. Some people would add, okay, but it's also about lower latency. But it's not only that. If we look at 5G at foundation, I mean, from a broader perspective, then we know that it's this possibility of getting involved on the part of SMEs to really create these core components of the networks. So core components from which they were excluded because the big providers were actually providing everything, apart from some minor services or products that could be built on this whole complex solution provided by those big players. So, but now if we adopt a proper approach, like opening this whole ecosystem, so if we decide that, all right, we can really partner with US companies, with Western European companies, to build an open architecture for 5G networks, then it's really a good tool for everyone to get involved, and it really cement these transatlantic ties by creating solutions which can be, could serve everyone, including consumers. Another example is this drone economy, as they say. So now we have many challenges with substantial increase of the usage of drones in our economies, because for security reasons. So we need to have a proper system in place to control the movement of drones. But in fact, also in this region, we are already having such systems. In Poland, we have such a system already in place. And maybe we can use such a platform to let every other country come up with a very innovative solution or innovative solutions being provided by also not only big companies, but also SMEs, not only drone manufacturers, but also data analysis tool, which are being provided by software developers, right? So we can also use this kind of platform to generate data, not only, of course, which is right. If we open the set of data to SMEs, but also we can use this to use such tool as I'm talking about to generate more data, right? So this is another example. The third and the final example is for example, utilizing technologies such as blockchain for logistics, right? Like every year, almost $50 billion is being lost because of inefficiencies and the lost goods in logistics. If we use blockchain, then much of this can be avoided, right? And again, many companies in this region can be providers for such solutions. And as I said, let the market decide which solution is most efficient. The only thing that we have to ensure is that no platform on which these other solutions and services are being built is a closed platform. It should be open for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, we agree that to increase level of digitalization in our region, in whole Europe, we have to have two things: good regulations and money. So first, Mark, question to you about regulations. Of course, we need, and new technology need good regulations, but I'm afraid that in Europe, we have rather over-regulated situation, not good regulated. So what do you think, is it possible in EU find the balance between good regulations and over-regulation in this area? Don't you think so that sometimes some projects in Brussels are not for something, but against something? If we would like to be a leaders in some digital area in the world, in your opinion, regulation is a good idea, a good way to reach this leadership in, for example, in AI. I'm not sure that the strategy of AI in EU will help us to become a leadership in global market. We have DSA, DMA, DGA, AI strategy. We have data in health. So we have a lot of regulations on the table in Brussels. And I'm afraid that the result of these regulations will be much more over-regulated situation in Europe. And I'm afraid that it will be against our leadership in new technology. What do you think? How to find this balance? Is it possible?
This is one of our biggest dilemmas. And let me start by saying that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Every piece of regulation has its ratio, has its reason for it being there. But what I'm afraid of, that we're not very good at estimating the cost of new regulation for SMEs. Obviously, Google and other huge companies can afford to hire the best lawyers, the best compliance experts to get them through the regulatory framework. But this is not something that our startups should be dealing with to such an extent. They should focus on nurturing talent. They should focus on innovating new products, penetrating new markets. And we need to ensure that the regulatory burden for them is as low as possible. Because even Google, Amazon, and other big companies used to be startups once. And I'm pretty sure that, if it wasn't for the incredible ecosystem of the Silicon Valley, Marta wouldn't be sitting here today. And I'm glad you are, by the way. So we need to create an environment that combines favorable taxation, talent, raising capital. This is extremely important. And that's where I think Europe lags behind big time, not just when it comes to the US, but also the UK and places like Israel. And something that has been touched upon, migration policies. We cannot create a digital success story out of CE nor EU without top IT engineers. And so I would say definitely we need to be a lot more cautious about the cost of new regulation for our startups and other SMEs. On the other hand, let me add that regulation does one thing. It usually increases trust. And right now what we can experience in Europe and elsewhere around the world is a deterioration of trust in technology. 10 years ago, tech was sexy. 10 years ago, the big tech companies were the places to be. They were the most lauded and the most loved companies out there. The winds have shifted immensely. And it's not because of them. It's about new technologies providing all kinds of challenges to our societies. And I think an important reason why we need regulation, and this is something I guess we all agree, is to make sure that we can address those challenges in a prudent way, to minimize the threats that turned out to be quite immense. Because if we don't build trust of citizens in new technologies, there's no way they will be accepting cutting-edge AI solutions. There's no way they will trust anyone with their privacy and data. So I think there's a lot at stake here. And I believe that in the short term, obviously Europe cannot become an AI leader overnight. Unfortunately, China and the US are well ahead. But what we can become a leader of is a trustworthy and human-centric AI. So that every single citizen in the EU will know that the AI solutions play by certain rules that favor the citizens rather than someone else. And I think this is something citizens deserve. And I think this is also something that's good for the industry in the long term. Because the more people trust certain technologies, the more they use certain services. So in the end, everyone's happy. But we need to get there still. So as I said, a lot to do.
So one short question, because I know that you are in a hurry. Based on your experience, governmental and business experience, do you believe that after 2, 3, 5, I don't know how many years in Europe, you will be able to come to Warsaw, stand here and said that, okay, we have in Europe real big companies based in Europe, born in Europe, in new technology. Do you believe that is it possible for European companies become a real big tech?
It's possible, but it's not likely. And that's our problem. And I think what we need is fewer grand strategies and more action, not just at the EU level, but also on the national levels. And that's why I'm so excited about smaller countries in this region racing ahead. In my speech, apparently, I made a big mistake, saying that there are 4 unicorns in Estonia. There are 7, apparently. So I apologize for that. That's a nation of 1.3 million.
Yeah.
So these kind of countries show that it can be done, you know, and we can learn from each other and do that quickly, and we'll end up in a much better place. Look at Sweden, for example, the mother of social welfare economy, but also a proud home of some of incredible tech giants, be it Klarna, be it Spotify. I mean, for Christ's sake, look at Israel. You know, it can be done. But what I learned in the private sector is that if you don't act quick and fast, you're dead. And we need to be much faster also when it comes to our political decision-making and bold actions to drive our competitive advantage.
Frankly speaking, when I'm hearing that EU must be quick, I think that's a joke. But let's be optimistic that.
Let's agree to disagree. So a couple of months ago, I would probably be saying the same. But if you look at the Resilience and Recovery Fund and how quickly the EU pull together the economic and social response to the pandemic, I mean, that was, I think, mind-blowing and shocking for all of us. If we remember the last financial crisis, it took years before anything happened. And in the meantime, a couple of countries almost went bust. Here, we had a very robust response in a matter of weeks. So it definitely proves the point that it can be done. There just needs to be a greater sense of urgency and political will, as well as pressure from your side, from the side of business associations, and also NGOs. Another reason why this event is so important.
Thank you very much. You mentioned about recovery fund. So, Egle, my question to you, what do you think, is it possible to spend this money from recovery fund in Europe, in our region, successfully? Do you think that this 20% for digital transformation in recovery funds, is it enough? And our countries will manage spend this money successfully, or it's too much, too less? It's impossible?
So, in theory, the structure of RRF consists a principle that usually ensures a success, skin in the game. The RRF has very clear set goals, set by the countries themselves, of course, so we know how sometimes the goals and figures get lost in the corridors of ministries and how they are set up. In theory, it should work. Practically, we will see. I can only speak from Lithuanian experience. Our government came into office last December, and we were received by a very long wish list from public institutions, ministries, all sorts of offices about, on reforms and investments they need for projects that haven't received the country's interest beforehand. So we had to halt the process, review all the wish list, and of course it brings a lot of tension. Bureaucrats, the public sector wants to plan their actions in advance, usually years in advance. They want answers, but we have to be tough here. We have to be stern here and see if the projects really fit the country's higher goals, if it fits our idea of our IT architecture, etc., etc. So in theory, yes, it should work. The plan itself has certain safety measures that require the countries to achieve the goals that they have set themselves. But in practice, we know that there is always a way around it. There is always a way to reach the goals that you have set yourself, etc. The role of the governments, the role of responsible governments, the responsible digital ministries, ministers, and so forth, is to ensure that this review process is very strict, and we have to breathe into the heads of the ones who receive money. So in Lithuania, we have done that. We do have a Ministry of Economy and Innovation that is also responsible for digital policy, but under the chancellery of the Prime Minister, we have set a competence center, which, as it is in Poland, I believe, we are probably going a similar path in the future. This will ensure a more horizontal approach towards the expenses of different ministries, etc.
Thank you very much. I hope so. Unfortunately, in Poland, we have to wait for our RF plan, but I hope that we will be ready to spend this money on a digital project too. But unfortunately, last question, Marta. Let's close the eyes and try to imagine a situation in Europe that we have excellent regulation. It's impossible, but let's try. And a lot of money from recovery fund for budget. And what do you think, is it possible to build a real ecosystem, friendly ecosystem between big techs and SMEs in Europe and to cooperate and build together a real digital economy? Or maybe it's a completely separate ways for SMEs, European SMEs and big techs?
Absolutely. I would say between tech platforms and SMBs, the great cooperation already exists. And if you think about all the SMB success across Europe, US tech platforms are definitely a big factor in all that. And closing my eyes and figuring out how this would look like, this takes me to the discussion we had about unicorns and the massive companies. And we often ask ourselves the question, like, can Europe have its own Google, Apple, Amazon, and Microsoft? And I'm never convinced that this is a good question to ask. And as Mark noted, we were all startups at the beginning, and it all started with an intention to resolve a major societal or economic problem. Like Google's mission was to organize the world's information, and everything else that happened after came in the result of it. But no one entered a business project with a mindset of, we want to have a big tech company. And that also applies to the competition that you're alluding to in your question. We're in a different reality, in a sense that it doesn't necessarily need to be the next great search engine. It doesn't need to be the next best marketplace. It doesn't have to be the next best operating system. Like, I'm personally very excited about what's next. What are the things, what are the unknowns, and where this could come from. And the best ground I see for the cooperation between US technology, US know-how, US tech leadership, looking at where the US is today and where Europe is Europe really being keen and trusting that this technology, these platforms, and this thought leadership can be used to build European success, meaning things that I wish I cannot name now, and that's the most important part. Let's not look back and, I don't know, it makes much more sense to think like, oh, is Europe going to have its own cloud infrastructure? Like, there's already a great trusted cloud prepared by allies out there. So let's think about how Europeans can use this capacity. Like, what is the next big thing? And that's the reality I'd love to see when I close my eyes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, I would like to talk to you about AI, medtech, regtech, agrotech, ecotech. And maybe we should try to find the most important direction for digital economy in Europe. But unfortunately, lack of time. I'm sure that we'll continue the discussion next time. This time, thank you very much for your opinions, for our discussion. Thank you very much. And Michał, the floor is yours. I'm sure that next panels will be very interesting too. Next panel will be about technology, about AI, but in more practical way, about IoT. So, Michał.
I can only say that being at CEE Summit, at a digital summit, and having a panel called technology is kind of a broad idea of what we can figure out and talk about. How important it is, especially in communications, we've just witnessed for the past 1.5 years, and it's obvious that if it wasn't for communication technologies, we would be all in a different place, and probably the world would be different if we had no, say, internet connections and not being able to communicate in such a way. So this is only one of the aspects that we could be talking about. Without further ado, as we are rushing into this conversation and then the following ones, I would like to welcome to the stage and ask to the stage Mr. Robert Kroplewski, Plenipotentiary of the Minister of Digital Affairs for Information Society at the Chancellery of the Prime Minister of Poland. If he is with us, that is Mr. Robert Kroplewski now. Okay. Ms. Agnieszka Sygitowicz, the Vice President of the Board at Łódź Special Economic Zone. Hello. Mr. Petar Ivanov, CEO at the American Chamber of Commerce in Bulgaria. Hi, hello. Great to meet you in person. Take a seat. And Mindaugas Ubartas, CEO at Infobalt. Infobalt is a representative of the Lithuanian ICT sector with more than 160 members. I'm very happy you're all here. Yes, you're all here. Dzień dobry. Hi. So to begin with, when talking about how important it is in the matter of technology, if we thought from the state's perspective, we have a bunch of agencies, hubs, whatever you can organizations. There's a ministry, and I was wondering, one would wonder. How does this all kind of in state infrastructure, but NGO as well, build a better, especially better informed and more open, technology-wise open society? Do we actually need those agencies, agendas, organizations? How does this help build a better society in terms of technology and information? Tak. Yes.
Everyone, thank you for invitation for that great event. Any panels are interdependent, and the answer for that question is also dependent on many topics from the transatlantic perspective, from Europe, as an old Europe, as a digital single market, and the future digital market. Yes, and if you ask me how we can empower the entrepreneurs by information. It's a very important topic from the Polish perspective. We produced 4 years ago the special paper called Industry Plus. Don't miss with Industry 4.0. It's completely different. Why? Because our aim is not only digitalizing the value chains and the production and even the ecosystem of industries, but to create the ecosystem for our talents to enable them to access of data, not because of the data only as such, but because of the creating the capability to produce the algorithms, like intellectual property. Our economy and economy of this region is dependent of flowing of electronic data. The GDP is very high. It's closely to 46%, and from that reason, it is a chance and the risk. If we don't produce our very strong ecosystem for our entrepreneurs and talents, and that will be probably the wrong direction, and our economy could collapse. And from that perspective of 3Cs initiative, which we created many years ago, but the digital pillar was added 3 years ago, and that was a very important moment. We started to think that we need to be connected, but not from the only general idea, but a very local idea where we need to create a good cooperation among the SMEs and people. And maybe I add to the previous panel one thing that if 3Cs initiative we can see as a very great empower agency. This is agency, but could be the agency if the steering committee will be called We need the steering committee to empower that initiative. Why? Well, in Poland, but also Europe and some European countries joined to the Global Partnership of Artificial Intelligence last year. This is an initiative created by France and Canada, but now we have 18 countries there. And in that initiative, we also work on how we can process or organize the data ecosystem for people. And one of sample is, of course, data trust. We can choose one of the intermediaries to manage data for others. But it's not a question about how we can collect data only for entrepreneurs. The key element is how to lose the risk of innovation depth. If we don't create the ecosystem of collaboration of many actors and to create the club of sharing data in the trusted way, and not only because of the idea, but because of the standards of sharing data and interoperability, that is a key. And that this is finally the subject of the European Data Trust Initiative and Data Act. We believe that will be the good reason to create this. But from the other hand, we need to not coming from the states, but very private ecosystem. We call this a virtual data space cross-border, especially in the 360 initiative from that perspective. Information society, it's not a chance for future digital economy, but knowledge society. This is the very important reason. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I had this idea of us during this conversation are kind of narrowing the perspective. It was kind of international just a few minutes ago, kind of get to the state level, we're going to get to the regional level, then business level, and actually with you, Petar, like if each person's level, but then so moving a bit lower to the lower level, kind of regional. Now we've talked about ecosystems or business environment, and one of the aspects of it is special economic zones, just like the one you represent. So I was wondering how this helps but because it's not necessarily high-tech companies, but how many of them, what percentage maybe of them are focused on this specific technological area?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation, of course. And concerning the special economic zones in Poland, so imagine whatever you know about it, please forget about it. If you know anything, of course, please forget about it because it changed, right? So special economic zones have been created 25 years ago. So it was a total different reality in this country than we have today. 25 years ago, we have been facing the reality of unemployment, of lack of capital and everything. And today we are facing the reality of digitalization, of new technologies, of 5G implementation, Industry 4.0, etc., etc. So what have been saved? Well, tax incentives have been saved in special economic zones. So still, we do have financial support for our companies, industrial and any other service and so on. But what has been changed? Everything else. So we have to create new services for our clients. So we decided 5 years ago to create another field of services called acceleration programs, technological support for both industrial companies and service as well, for our big clients, and also opening our doors for SMEs and startups and new small technological business. Well, 5 years ago, when we started to talk to Procter & Gamble, who was the first big global player who started to work with our first acceleration program called Startup Spark, and we went to them and asked if they are interested in, well, open innovation channel opening, I mean cooperation with startup, create and develop technological solution and implement it, they say, well, that's an idea. And that was also the time when in Poland we have started Start in Poland program. So first public support for startups, business generally, helping our ecosystem to grow, helping big companies to understand that this open channel of innovation is useful and might be used as an effective innovation source, as well as big business to, make them better, feel better and safe, and manage the risk of investing in innovations. And we did it. And at first, Procter & Gamble was our first client. Then we have 5 more. Then we have 11, 27. And now we have like about 35 big companies who are taking part in our acceleration programs. We have already 3 programs run. I mean, first was Startup Spark, general technological support for startups using the sources of big companies and people, effective. Then we, together with Ericsson, hi Martin, good to see you today, we run a first Polish acceleration program based on 5G technology. So we are preparing first industrial solutions and products, I mean industrial, dedicated for industrial companies based on 5G technology. I mean, in November, we are going to call really impressive solutions in terms of machine communications. 5G changed it totally. And now we are running the third one dedicated to international startups. So having this these guests on CEE Summit, I'm happy to announce that we are looking for international startups, technological companies coming to Poland and cooperate with big business, which we are facilitating as a special economic zone, and we already have these clients. So, well, coming back to the core of your question, well, at the beginning was 1%, now we have about 5% big players, big companies who appreciate. And every year it increases from our clients. Generally, it's much more, I think. And it increases thanks to regulations, thanks to public support, I mean public money on the market, and, which I appreciate most, the commercial dimension of it. I mean, now public money and public support, public institutions are less needed. I mean, technological companies, startups are more ready, more brave, and have the resources to develop on the markets and offering on markets rules their products and solutions. So we are on a good way, and we're gonna support it.
Okay, so narrowing down again, going to like particular people, single persons who are responsible for, say, developing startups, bringing new agenda, finding new focuses. Those are especially, I'd say, mostly talented young people, very sharp, very smart. And I can imagine from our perspective, like, or from their perspective, I'm super sharp, I have great grades, I'm super tech guy. My first thing is probably, okay, I want to study in the US, or I want to start my business in the US, or in Japan, in Korea, in China maybe, okay, maybe in the UK. So what do you do to, well, if there was a question of can we have our own Google, just to use it as a name, well, first of all, you would have to keep those people in here. And what do you do to do so, to keep them here, those talented?
Let me figure it out if I'm good with it.
You're not a very technological person, are you?
I used to be honest with you, Michał. I spent 25 years in that industry, but since I am CEO of AmCham in Bulgaria, we started this initiative for 3 Cs. And if you ask me why this is important, I believe that for the first time, Eastern Europe come together on one thing. We have a Central European, in the Eastern European, we have a Baltics, we have a Southeastern Europe. For the first time, we come together. And you know what? I'm very proud that I'm Eastern European. I don't know about others, but I'm super proud. And do you know when I learned about that? When I went to live in UK.
Oh.
Absolutely.
What was it about?
You heard the minister, it was about now 10 years ago. You heard the minister from Slovenia, he said that in some of those countries, they're on the stone age of the digitalization, honestly. And I experienced this myself. I can tell you that we have a cheaper and faster connections and many other things. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking what the Deputy Minister of Lithuania said today. She said 3 things which we're going to address digitalization in our countries. And she said talent, education, and taxes. I cannot talk about taxes, it's not my area, but I can tell you the story from last week. I met the gentleman who is 44 years old, who is among the top 3 artificial intelligence professors worldwide in one of the top universities. And do you know what he told me? I'm going to send both of my children, both of them, back to my country because I want them to be educated on mathematics exactly I have been. And he said, I have a dream, and we all Eastern Europeans have a dream, to bring our talent back. And I'll tell you why. There is 4 countries in the world, which from our region, which is always in the top 10 for the mathematics, physics, Olympic Games, or informatics. And this is Poland, Romania, Bulgaria, Slovakia. Altogether, the medals that we won on that area are more than the countries who are like China or United States, who has billions of population, one of them. But our talent is not working here. And this is what the guy told me, and I very much appreciate it. It's about the deep tech. So the deep tech basically is an initiative which some of the Western countries in Europe started to do. And President Emmanuel Macron just started an initiative, Scale Up Europe. You would be surprised that all of the talent that we have in Europe is amazing. But we, as you heard the minister from Slovenia, have only 70 unicorns so far created, and we are far behind the rest. This task is very ambitious. He collected all of the scientific power we have in Europe, and they started to invent the connection between the pure science, the business, and this is the startup on the deep tech. So the deep tech, just to give you an example, do not be a bit more crisp. This is like BioNTech, who came and invented the vaccine. Those scientists used to work on some RNK modulation, whatever they did there, but they never thought that they're going to create a startup on a certain moment because this pandemic situation came a bit later after they started their venture. So for me, we need to do a very similar thing in Eastern Europe. Right now, I see that a lot of those guys are willing to come back for reasons, and we need to create it among our universities conditions so they to come back. I'll tell you, Israel was mentioned a couple of times. I visited this country together with AmCham Israel. We did a big event. We tried to do the smart copy of what they did of this startup nation. So one of my colleagues asked the question, how to become the startup nation? So the guy answered, write a book about the startup nation. So of course, this was a joke, but guys, we have this opportunity, we have the talent, and we really need to find a way how to bring it back. And I'm sure very soon I'll be able to tell you about one of the projects like that, because our universities need to be among the top, let's say, 100. We don't need to aim to further, but then those people are going to stay with us, And we really need to build on that ecosystem. That's the missing element, up to me.
I want to ask a question. I hope we'll have time later on for that, or maybe, you know, during a break. Because you mentioned all those medals, I was wondering why are they not, like several years after, are they not Nobel Prizes? Because this is what the world looks for. But we'll have time for that, hopefully.
You mentioned taxes, education, and talent. So having another question, which is, from the perspective of your members, which is the most important? Or maybe there's another factor that is not talent, taxes, or education.
These three are very important. Maybe let's skip taxes. Politicians, let's talk about them. It's unavoidable like death, you know. Let's talk about what we need to do. We are great nations, great countries, everything is fine, but we are too small, way too small, all of us. And we are keeping ourselves fractioned even more and more and more. As a states, we don't care about people, we don't care about data, we care about documents. It's our ID, our passport, our PESEL number is the more important that me as an investor in Poland, me as a Mindaugas who has business here or wants to sell here. So we need to agree in this here that we need to find the common ground and make this artificially created slogan, single market, the reality. There is no single market in Europe, neither for goods, neither for digital. There is a custom-free market, but it's not the single. If I have workers in Lithuania who have all the work certificates, they are not valid in Poland. If I have a Polish people who has all Poland certificates, they are not valid in Netherlands, so they cannot work there. They need to be re-educated artificially, get the stickers. So what we need to do, and we should not talk digital and not talk technology. We should talk real-time economy, because the digital and technology is enabling us to do that. We failed as a technology companies to express and explain, as Solomon told to grandmas and granddads, what is the digital and what's the benefit of that. So we should start talking about how to get rich in this region. We can get rich in this region only by attracting more money from outside, and these talents who work somewhere are sending money and we are getting rich. This is great. We would like these talents also to come back. That's one. Another is to start multiplicating and moving money faster in our economies. That's how the taxes, we will collect more taxes, we will invest more and do that. In order to do that, there are building blocks in European Union which we need to implement. My digital signature in Lithuania should be working in Poland and should be working in Hungary, should be working in Bulgaria. Today, no. Today I have two digital signatures. One is Lithuanian, one is Polish. When I will go to Hungary to do the business, I will get a third digital signature, because that's how we are set up. And there are means we need to do it to make this single market. Then we need to put paperless economy, and then we need to start moving the data, not the documents. Our governments, all of it is great, but they are still managing the documents. They don't manage the data. So these pillars, that's what I believe we should do in CEE Digital Summit and agree on that, okay, Mindaugas is Mindaugas, European citizen, he can open the business in Estonia with his digital identity, he can open the bank account in Poland, it will not take 3 months. He can open the company in 1 hour.
But would you say that within the region, there's countries who are more open to such solutions, and then there are those who are more, who use more documents, need more documents, are kind of obsessed with documents, and what you need to do, say, to open an account is 3 months for a foreigner?
I would say we are the countries sitting in this and talking about free CEE initiatives. All these countries, we are angry and hungry. So we can do it.
Okay.
Spain won't do it, because if you want to check the land registry to build your solar plant, you will go to the municipality and read like papers of Don Quixote from 15th century to 20th century, finding who moved where. In Lithuania, you log in and you find out who is there. In Poland, you have the same. So we can build a data economy, real-time economy across this border and be more competitive because of that. We can set the standards. The Poland economy is very well integrated into the German economy. If the Polish industry becomes so advanced, the Germans will follow and we will sell the technologies there. If the Germans will follow, France will follow. If the France will follow, Spanish will be begging for us to implement the solutions in there. But first of all, they will not buy if it works only in Lithuania. They won't buy if it works only in Poland, in free economic zone. No, it's not the scale. Together, we can change each single country. We are not competitive.
So I was wondering, and I want to address this question to Robert. Those regulations were mentioned before, EU regulation, DMAs, DGAs, and so on. Do they address what Minagos was just saying, or do they do the exact opposite? Do they unify, or do they somehow divide the solutions?
From the signature point of view, no. We have, of course, one initiative called ID, but it's still on the table. But from the perspective of competition, the digital market service, it works for that, to create one market. But it's very important from that country, as we see it here, to create undivided single market, yes, and that rules could help us in front of the very important challenge, like closed value chains. This is for that, yes. If you deal with a big tech company, it's not a question about the investment only, about the condition to create the new innovators and give them a chance to grow and to scale their business and finally commercialize on that way that they are said to be more rich. This is that. And digital, the Governance Act is for that also, not to divide, but of course the negotiation are on the table, is on the table still, and we need to be very focused to don't create that only one center of repository of data, but rather think how to connect the decentralized repositories on the same standard, mutual recognized standard, mutual recognized certification. If somebody would like to promote only one certification, or those acts could establish one certification center, that will be very risky for that kind of smaller economy like us. I completely agree that to produce one regional standard and promote them is very important, but this work from the practice to the top, not from the top to the practice. And European Union every time asks us about the samples, good practice, yes. And if we are together are able to present something, it is very possible, even very much, that the sample will be very universal one, yeah. From that perspective. I believe that now European Union internally changed. They need smaller countries and talk with us about the future of digital economy. But still it's a question about old industry and very smart industry dealing with artificial intelligence, for example, or algorithms. We are, because of the smart industry, we can be quicker. We are very agile, but our lack is how to ability of cooperation. Not only work B2B like a Polish-German dependency, but to create a corporate value chain finally.
So this is kind of a legal level, state level, but then there's business level, and you want to add to that? Okay, sure. Oh, you have your microphone.
I want to also add on this regulation. sometimes we forget how great these platforms which are working in Lithuania has brought to our SMEs. We have companies in all our region who are selling on Amazon, eBay, globally, and we are riding on that, let's say, on that wave. We didn't need to invest. Let's go 20 years ago. It was not possible to deliver anywhere in USA. Now you just put 20 euros advertising on Facebook, and we have unicorns built on that. It helped us, this cooperation and these platforms helped us, but regulators sometimes now they are looking, okay, you have Lamborghini, I want my own Lamborghini.
Where did it come from?
Yeah, go away, you know, I will build my own Lamborghini, but they forgot that we are riding it.
Yeah.
So that's the problem. They don't understand how it functions. Selling on Amazon in USA, selling on eBay in Germany, selling on any platform, and they collect only fraction, but the engine for this trade and money flow is there, and we are in CEE region, we are exploiting it very well.
So this is the question I wanted to address to Agnieszka. As those tech giants have lots of tools that are very useful, could be very useful if used well, if utilized well by startups or just smaller companies, do you think today, in your opinion, can actually utilize those? So I'm starting I'm not, but I'd actually love to, a startup, and instead of thinking, be next Google, I won't be next Google probably because Google is already there, but Google provides certain services that I could use. Do you think those companies, those small ones, are capable of using those?
Startups and people, because talented, they are capable to use anything. And well, what do we need as an Eastern Europeans? I would say we need to be more brave, and we need to be more unified. Because generally the point that we started in is a little bit, well, behind some regions of world, like the startup nation is, for example. So we start being being poorer countries and from different backgrounds and so on. But of course we have it, I mean, as a people, as a companies, and as a countries as well. So what do we need? We need to be more brave, we need to cooperate more closely, and to create more and more kind of platforms to do it. Like from our perspective, I mean, small company working in Poland to support the development of the business, we can offer a laboratory of this cooperation called Resource Program, as I mentioned, for the startups all over the world, I mean all over the Europe more, and we are focused also on the Eastern European countries to come, to meet, to share, and to build, and to offer on the market. And also from our perspective, we can create some recommendations for regulators, and we can talk about the real business, right? Using the talents. Okay, we have just created the recipe for the success.
Yes, thank you very much for that. I was hoping it's going to be fruitful. Apparently it is. Petar, we talked yesterday, and I was asking, and I'm now asking the question I told you before about, because some of you probably know or don't know, Petar was a general manager at Microsoft had been for 3.5 years. So you have this experience of a tech giant who sees those little ants all over the place, probably not thinking of taking over because, I mean, it's impossible pretty much. But but do they cooperate? Do they utilize the tools that such companies just provide?
Absolutely. You know, before Microsoft, I worked for Cisco 12 years for the region. I can tell you that my team built probably that infrastructure what we use today for digitalization, the internet. Internet is a major equalizer because giving opportunity to even the small countries like ours to go on the world market. But just to elaborate what I heard, from one side we call ourselves Silicon Valley of Europe, which is very good because there is no room for the small dreams.
Is it not over-exaggerating?
Yes, it is over-exaggerating, of course. That's the bad news. And I'll tell you why. Because neither we have a venture capital enough, neither we have a unification, as you heard, neither we looking, and you know, I'm talking to my ex-colleagues who are venture capitalists now from Silicon Valley, and they told me, Peter, if you even have another company like Facebook or Google or whoever, in those countries, we're not going to move from Silicon Valley because I have 16 pitches per day. I'm mentoring the startups myself, and I can tell you that I understand that. So it's important not only who is give you the money, how much money you get, but who is giving you the money and where you are. So the only way how we can, and initially I thought, let's talk to the venture funds from Israel, from America, to come to region. No way. They're not going to move themselves. But if we bring the talent here, the top professor on artificial intelligence, quantum computing, believe me, on the 100 top, we have probably 30 from Eastern Europe. And find a way to bring, then the capital will come and the business will come. Of course, they're going to tell you, we don't want you to copy us. Nobody's starting startup believing that he will become a giant. Actually, if somebody told you that, that's simply a lie.
Marta Poślad of Google Polska just said that.
Exactly.
It never happened.
They never thought that way, but you need to build a product for the world. And come on, guys, we have regulations among us that we cannot even build the product for the Europe. Come on, we need to find a way how to overcome that. Because these things are actually, I can give you example with the money for the startups in Europe. It's a Horizon fund. You can find hundreds of things, and if I'm a small startup, I'll be completely lost in that jungle of funds and initiatives which is over-repeating each other, and actually they're duplicating each other. We do not have a specialization of our countries. For instance, I had participated in the research for artificial intelligence. We are building now the social effect and impact of strategy from artificial intelligence, but we do not specialize our countries on the different parts of that technology, like cognitive reality, whatever. And we have a good countries and good startups which are specialized on that. But we are selling this product to Western Europe, we're selling this to United States, to Asia,
because
not for us.
Isn't it just easier, like, it's kind of a way of making money. Okay, I develop a company to a certain level, and then what I do? I just sell it to a giant and I, cash it.
That's not that way, because the giant will not going to buy a small company. They're buying the company which is on certain stage. Before this company coming to that stage, you need a venture capital investment. Some of them asking first question, guys, did you have a venture fund who financed you? If the answer is no, we just had angel investors. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
We're not going to invest in you. And I heard this question many times, if Microsoft were going to purchase me, or Google, or whoever. No, because you need to be proven by the venture fund. There is a certain rules in this game. Okay. And we really need to learn about that. We need to create conditions and eliminate obstacles. And talent is with us, but we even cannot hold our people in. And now we are not greenfield anymore. People would love to come back because we changed. We changed. We're talking about the international investment in our countries. Oh, we need to think how we invest in United States in other places now. And that's my point.
Yeah, you want to add to that, I see.
Yeah, I want to add, just elaborate a little bit that European Union money, investments in innovation and in startups is a toxic money. Because they are demanding that all innovations should be successful. That's a priori wrong. What our states need to change, they need to put the state money into digital systems and use EU funds to pay the salaries for bureaucrats till they are phased out by the digital. And it's done vice versa. We are keeping the state money, state budgets, investing into the humans, and EU money into the digital systems. And then we don't know how to run them or how to support them. The digitalization in the public sector is for efficiency, not for a help to manual job. That's one. And these investments into innovation, we should have a bigger ambitions. We should fail 10 times and win only once. Then we will create an impact, not another SME. We should also understand what is a startup. It's such a nice buzzword and all these unicorns, it's a bullshit. In Lithuania, they call startup that, in Lithuania, they start calling startup the knitting factory. And they are saying, we are giving you EU money, build something, and now export to Poland. That's a stupidity. That's a normal business, it's good. Startup is a company with exponential potential of revenue growth, keeping linear cost. That's what is startup. Okay. Usually, that's only in digital world. And let's not fool ourselves. Let's not make that it's an investment in the industry 4.0 or new factory or anything is something about innovation. No. So I want to say, yeah, there is a pink dragon, the China, which is eating all these technologies and all these investments like peanuts, but we want to be on another side. We want to be with the democratic world, the one which goes west over the United States and stops at the Japan. That's where we want to be, not in the East. We have been there. So EU money is bad thing for the startups. We need the mechanism where it would be risk funds, normal money with people who are backing up these technologies.
Robert, I saw that.
That's calling startups as a not important name and word, but referring to this, it's very important from our perspective, Poland, and this is our subject of promotion. Let's build the grass for entrepreneurs, yes, and the 3Cs initiative is a very good space for that. But from the top to down and down to the top, this is very important, what I said more. And referring to the China, they need our higher creativity. They don't have it. We have evidence for that. They still argue we are a big market. Inside of that market, they are closed. They have an expectation to localize the data there, but they still looking for around the world the talents. If we create the ecosystem for the talents, like, for example, this idea from the Polish side, let's create a virtual university among our countries, yes? Virtual, engage our many science to one big organization that's decentralized and promote some, on the beginning, some very ambitious challenges, scientist challenges, and because of that, we jump that blockage, yes.
So be this idea a conclusion for that, if I may. We good. Thank you very much. Our time is up. Agnieszka, Pedro, Mindaugas, and Robert, thank you very much for this discussion. I know we could probably proceed on for some time, but I hope everyone's hungry already, as it is lunchtime. So enjoy the lunch, and then we come back here for another two panels. One is cybersecurity, especially in the context of 5G technology, and business transformation is the other one. But now let's just have lunch. If you consider those are opportunities in the fields of infrastructure, of international cooperation, this also brings huge challenges, threats maybe even, and this is what we will be discussing in a few moments. But before I invite to the stage all of our panelists, I would like to all of you to welcome Martin Mellor, country manager of Ericsson Poland, to give a speech. Thank you.
So, good afternoon. 5G marks the beginning of a new era in network security. Enhancements to the mobile network will mean that digitalization will be ever faster and will accelerate under 5G. And 5G will be inherently different to any previous form of mobile technology. And this is because of machine-type communication. And this will become critical national infrastructure. This 5G and critical national infrastructure will facilitate the digitalization, the automation, and the connectivity of machines, robots, transport, healthcare, and much more. And there's significant IPR and significant value at stake, and therefore there's significantly lower tolerance to risk. And that is why 5G will mark the beginning of a new era in network security. 5G will be the platform that will enable the transformation of all businesses. We've talked about big tech earlier on today. Mobility, cloud, broadband from 4G enabled these companies to become what they are today. It was a catalyst. So which companies are going to make the most out of 5G? 2.5 years ago, 5G started in South Korea and USA. This is where we are today. These are all the live deployments of 5G around the world. Every orange dot represents a network that's live, a site that's live. 176 live networks around the world today. We were concerned there would not be enough devices at the start to support the 5G network. There's over 900 devices available now. In South Korea, where 5G first started, over 55% of the traffic is over the 5G devices. It takes up fast. Our mobility report predicts what the number of 5G subscribers will be in each area of the world in 2026. For Central Eastern Europe, we're predicting 33% 5G subscribers. In Western Europe, it's 66%. So there's more to do. Ericsson has 98 of these networks around the world. And in Poland and Central Europe, we've been innovating for 117 years. We're present in every Central Eastern European country. We have 5,000 R&D engineers in Poland, Hungary, and Croatia. It's around 20% of Ericsson's R&D engineers worldwide. And we have 4 and 5G production in Estonia and in Poland for the whole of Europe. And Poland having 5G development and production makes it unique in Europe from an Ericsson perspective. And we're deploying 5G in Poland and Central Eastern Europe, especially where the spectrum has been made available. But cybersecurity, it's so important to get this right with 5G when every industry is going to be connected. And there are increasing threats of cybersecurity for all industries, and telecommunication networks are no different. The technology is out there, the networks need to be hardened and secure to prevent any cyber attack, be it from criminals, insiders, or state actors. 5G use cases are the mobile broadband that we use today, but enhanced with new services, fixed wireless access, substitution and replacement for fiber in homes and enterprises. But here is where 5G is different, the cellular IoT. industrial automation, critical IoT. This is why we need the enhanced cyber security on the network. And what does the network look like? We can break it down into 4 logical components. You can have the access network, which connects your device to the base station, the transport network, usually microwave or fiber, connecting to the core network, which is handling the authentication, subscriber identity and services for the operator, for the customer, and then the interconnect network to other operators and to the internet. Across this, there are control signaling planes for management of the network, control plane for signaling, and then the data plane, which carries all of the data for your services. The core network's critical. The access network is also critical, as the data plane is decrypted in the radio access network. And in the future with 5G, lower latency services are going to mean that the access network and the core network come together in the edge of the network itself. There are 4 key security considerations to make sure that the network is hardened and is protected in the best possible way from cybersecurity attacks. The first at the bottom is the telecommunication standards, 3GPP. The second is how the vendors implement those standards and how they enhance those standards. The third one is the deployment process, how operators and vendors put together the configuration and integration of that network, and once it's operationally live, it's the operational support of that process by the operators. Each one of those 4 steps is critical to get right. The good news is that when it comes to the standards, 3GPP, then they have made significant enhancements to security. So from a standards perspective, 5G is already superior when it comes to security than any other previous mobile technology. 3GPP together with GSMA, they are also proposing NISAS, SCAS. These are cyber certification schemes that every vendor will want to make sure they pass to be trusted in the network. But it doesn't stop there. Of course, every vendor needs to make sure they implement those standards, but Ericsson goes further. And with 5G, you're now bringing virtualization, disaggregation of the hardware and software, open source, open interfaces, and it becomes much more complex to manage. So we look at this horizontally, system-wide. We look at a network slice that will provide a certain service level to a different industry segment in the future. That end-to-end security is important. We look vertically, especially as the new stacks that are supporting virtualized platforms may come from different vendors. It's very important that there's a functionality, but different security planes on the vertical dimension as well. And each piece of hardware needs to have its trusted anchor status. So it's important that vendors go beyond what is in the standards and provide even further support for security of these networks. And in Ericsson, we do this through the security reliability model. We work with suppliers, we source, we develop, we deliver to our customers through these functions, assurance, compliance, documentation, and deployments as well. And we have hardening guidelines. We have security user guides. All of our engineers are familiar with these. They use these in the development of our products. And this is why we call the security built in by design. It's not an afterthought. It's there from the very start of the development through system design and every stage of the testing. And it's this that gives our customers and ultimately subscribers and enterprises the confidence that these networks are built with the most demanding of security requirements. So 5G is going to be the platform of innovation. It is going to enable enterprises to do far much more than ever before. In Central Eastern Europe, with a large number of manufacturing, agriculture operations, then it stands to gain a lot from 5G and new functions and facilities that will be available from this 5G platform. But at the same time, we need to make sure that this is protected from cybersecurity attacks. Standards are followed, vendors apply those, enhance them, and together with mobile operators, we deploy these and operate them in the most professional of ways. With that, I believe we're ready to start the panel, and I'll hand over to Michał.
Thank you very much. Thank you, it was very interesting. So yes, now this is the time for the panel. Martin, please take a seat, stay with us. But I'd like to welcome to the stage as well, invite to the stage Robert Koszla, Director of Cybersecurity Department at the Chancellery of the Prime Minister. Krzysztof Gawkowski, a member of the Parliamentary Committee for Digitisation, Innovation and Technology. Sławomir Pietrzyk, CEO at IS Wireless Poland, and IS Wireless provides and develops 4G and 5G mobile networks. Gabor Matrai, board member at IVSZ, which is association in Hungary, a board member of Digital Europe as well. Hello. Martin Gatavins, board member of Latvian Information and Communications Technology Association, who is not with us. And joining us online, hopefully, is Magda. Oh, hi, there you are. You both are online, okay. Magda Popescu, outside legal counsel for APTEDIC Romania, or Romanian Association of Manufacturers and Distributors of ITC Equipment. Thank you very much for joining us.
I have problem. I'm sorry, but I want...
Yes, you were all about to use your translating
No, I
devices.
have problem because my son is accident and I must...
Oh, sure, totally, go ahead. I mean, yeah.
Good to talk and thank you very much.
All the best, totally. Yeah, hoping just everything, goes well. So, well, first of all, thanks for the speech, which was very thoughtful, and I guess this is kind of a base for us to have a discussion. First of all, when I think of 5G solutions, I think that they kind of need to be global, kind of forced international cooperation as they also get in the infrastructure area. And before that, before our meeting, this was a topic of a discussion among the Visegrad group of countries. So the question is, are we ready to build up on it on a bigger scale, not to stick to V4, but move on to all of the CEE? Robert Koszla.
I think the effort goes beyond V4 and even goes beyond European Union. So that's why, of course, talking about the challenges that we have regarding security for next generation of mobile communication system. That's why it's the part of strategic discussions, strategic transatlantic dialogue. That's why, of course, we started with some engagement in some political level agreements, like MOU on supply chain security that was initiated. Poland has joined this agreement with the United States in 2019, of course, with other countries that also joined this process. But also take into consideration, of course, the initiatives regarding standardization and also governance for the process of standardization. That's what we quite recently also discussed within a 5G workstream that was established by NIS Cooperation Group. So it's obvious right now that until now the process of setting standards being managed by industry only. So if we are talking about the issues
for national security and national security impact, or economic impact as well from the implementation of next generation mobile systems, there must be at least a partnership between governments, regulatory bodies, and also industry. So that's why it goes beyond specific set of countries. That should include different levels of authorities and also different levels of companies. So that's why I think it goes beyond of V4. Of course, we have this discussion within V4. One of the meetings, and that was actually the first meeting of Central European Cybersecurity Platform. Poland chairs this platform this year. So one of the topics that we discussed was actually common position on 5G security. So how do we see as a Central European cybersecurity platform? This is V4 plus Austria. So you see it even goes beyond V4. We discussed 5G. We discussed actually about our positions in national legislations and how we approach 5G toolbox implementation. So this is just to provide additional background.
So you're talking discussions on the state level, but does the industry, does the business like Ericsson join those discussions? As I can imagine, having this conversation among governments is pretty much academic if you don't have a person in the room.
Yeah, I spent some time in industry, in business, so I understand actually that the dialogue is not about declaration to have a partnership, but it's about to legally set a partnership. That's why we, at least in Poland, we have the best practice created under umbrella of cybersecurity cooperation program. So we invited, and if you look at the list of companies that have been invited to this program since October 2019, the first one was Samsung, the next one was Ericsson, Nokia, and Cisco. So it's not by accident, it's not by coincidence, but it was actually where we see the need for deeper dialogue, and at the series of technical workshops, deep dive into how industry representatives, how Ericsson participate in 3GPP technical specification development, sharing also cybersecurity developments, discussion that we've had with Cisco, with Nokia, with Samsung. That was a part of this dialogue and discussion about, for instance, we went very deeply into discussion around supply chain security. So we asked Samsung to provide information how their supply chain looks like, and how they make sure about all the levels of development, all the levels of manufacturing, all the levels of delivery and implementation. That was important for us, and that's what we also discussed among V4 at the governmental level. So we share this information with the state organizations.
Martin, you have mentioned a lot about security, but I was wondering if this conversation is that you respond certain calls, certain demands that are like this committee are filing to you, or you red flag the areas that might be vulnerable to certain threats, and then you go with whatever message you have to such a board and tell them, okay, so like explain, okay, so this is an area, we need to address those. So who comes first? Do they tell you, okay, we need those solutions, or is it you who knows better what's a red flag?
Well, as I shared with the presentation, there's a lot of work that goes into making sure security is built in by design. So we are doing that naturally. We are making sure we follow the standards, we're making sure we enhance those, we're making sure it's tested every single step of the way to guidelines, and we have vulnerability analysis checks of the software. And it's one source code track as well, I should say, which helps with this cybersecurity. Now that's what we do as a company to make sure our products are hardened and are secure from cyber attacks. But what Robert did was a little bit different, we thought, because we hadn't seen this in any other country. So here's Poland, I think, innovating again in the area of cybersecurity and coming to trusted partners and wanting to partner in cybersecurity. And this partnership is in many different levels. It can be knowledge sharing, it can be the deep dives. We've had our top technical experts in Sweden go through with Robert and his team the functions that are in our solutions for cybersecurity. It can also be about testing as well and supporting Poland with its ambitions with NISAS and NESCAS. So it has been something unique from an Ericsson perspective, what's happening in Poland, but it's been very rewarding from our side in this partnership.
Yeah, we have mentioned threats. I was also thinking, Sławomir, about kind of obstacles. Are we, say, legally ready to apply all of those services and whatever 5G is able to bring?
There are no legal obstacles, I would say. We are also taking part in the security initiatives. We are the founding member of CyberMate in Poland, and we are also working closely with the governmental representatives on that. Also with the National Institute of Telecommunications and Warsaw University of Technology, we are developing methods for assuring security in systems that have a bit different philosophy than those that we used to see on the market so far, because the world is opening up, and that applies also for the network infrastructure. Till lately and still now, this network infrastructure has been considered as one piece, one bulky piece. It is a bit like the old-time telephone that I brought a piece of. That's Nokia, actually. So everything is produced by Nokia here. Guess how many applications do you have? Not many, right?
Well,
and guess what happened to Nokia? They got bankrupt because they overseen the appearance of open ecosystems of smartphones, where elements can be built and produced by multiple vendors, and where most importantly, you have an open ecosystem of applications, because software, being heart and soul of the system, is separated from hardware. So that's a completely new way of looking at things, and we are participating in that. I would say that the major obstacle is not really in legal issues, but more in mentality. Unfortunately, our region still has a kind of a subcontractor mentality. We are happy if somebody from outside of the region builds a factory there and gives work for a couple of people. Well, that's not bad, but it would be better to create our own IP and have the possibility to export it worldwide. That would position ourselves in the long run much better. And this is what I believe the director Jamrus from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was talking about today. If we are inviting foreign companies to our region, then at least let them open up their ecosystems so that we could fairly compete with the elements, and that would be beneficial for them in the long run as well. So that's this, and this mentality is also on the side of purchasers, because it's tough to convince them to buy Polish things, Polish products from brands that they are not that much familiar with. So they often, unfortunately, go for well-known, sometimes less technologically advanced solutions, but from abroad.
So we were discussing before the talents as well, and I want to address the next question to Magda Popescu. As obviously, if we're talking security, this is also an area where we need talents and young talented people to cope with the challenges or threats or whatever you want to call it. And we had this, it's called Cybersecurity Challenge. Just some time ago, it was in Prague. For those of you who are not familiar, it's young people and the challenge is cybersecurity. Poland did actually quite good. We ran in second. But then there was and this was it for CEE, Germany won, by the way. But does this mean that we have a problem on that field, that we lack talented or skillful people?
Also, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation, and very nice to see again Robert Koszla, whom I have long worked with for Microsoft when he was with Microsoft and afterwards.
So about Poland's results, let me congratulate your team. But that was no surprise, because usually Poland has ranked high in this competition. The surprise was for Romania, the country that I'm representing, because we won, for instance, the last edition, and we were vice champions for 2 other editions before. And nevertheless, this year, our results were not the best. But coming back to your question, this European Cybersecurity Challenge, now at the 6th edition, is an indicator of the capacities of the young elites of the countries. It is not representing, in my opinion, the level of cybersecurity skills of the country as such. It is about 10 volunteers that participate and compete in the challenge. But the problem is wider, and we need to look at it from 2 angles. One is the cybersecurity posture of a country and of our region from the standpoint of skills of the overall population. And the second part is about how we are able to acknowledge and reward the elites, to retain them in the country, to motivate them to stay in these CEE countries and improve the level of cybersecurity. For the first part, for the overall population, and by this I refer to digital active people, but also to organizations and entities that use digital tools for their everyday activity. It is very, very important for these people to be acquainted, to be kept informed, and then to observe the rules, the basic rules of cybersecurity and cyber hygiene. There is a Microsoft research showing that 99% of the identity attacks are due to password vulnerabilities. So strong authentication is key for cybersecurity overall, at the level of a country, at the level of an organization, at the level of a region. You know, even if we have very strong doors, if we forget to lock them, they are perfectly futile. And for that, it is very important to involve private industries who have the expertise, the public sector who has the tools to ensure education, and the elites who have the authority of speaking about cybersecurity to increase the level of awareness and the level of cybersecurity skills.
So what you
now
have
coming
mentioned
to the elites.
Yeah, you go on,
yes,
go on.
Please.
No, go on.
No, please.
Oh, but I wanted to pick up from about what you said and address the next question to Martin. As part of what you mentioned was technical skills. You mentioned password vulnerability, for instance, and just so happens that in the recovery and resilience facility for Latvia, there is a significant point that is gaining funds for increasing the technical capabilities of the citizens. So I want to address these questions to Marcin. How does this work now, and what's supposed to change?
Thank you for having me, and thank you for the question. It's wonderful that you noted that Latvia has a significant point about increasing the skills and abilities of the citizens, and I'm proud that we can have this included in the plan, because we know that, as already mentioned by Magda, knowledge is one of the bases for ability to use and also basis for the cybersecurity. Because people, if they don't know how technology works, they don't understand. They are also very easily fooled into tricks by the social engineering, and they are also not able to use the technology properly and not able to neither to gain the value out of the technology nor be safe with the technology. So that's one aspect. Of course, the other aspect of this is that we definitely are lacking, and I think that everybody will agree with me, skilled people to fill the industry, the specialist level people, and that's another track where we need to invest and where we need to make sure that we get more of those skilled people, starting from the right education at the school level, to have proper students for the university to follow the track, and so on. And yeah, and also not only in the education field, we need to educate the general public, as I said, and we also need an uptake of skills in SMEs. This is very important because SMEs are identified as one of the areas where the skills need to be increased, and also technology uptake needs to be increased to fuel the efficiency. Nevertheless, still also bigger organizations and government bodies, they also will only benefit from increased skills. And so we have quite an ambitious plan for 2027 to have at least 70% of population with the digital skills in the base level, and 45% of a population with the skills above base level, and 3% ICT specialist level skills.
Gabor, last but certainly, at last, and certainly not least, but you have now you have this privilege of having a perspective of what everyone has already said, and so many issues were mentioned. What do you think are the most important? Because we have mentioned talent, security, government cooperation. What is crucial, you think, for 5G development?
Yes, first of all, I would like to share with you an insider issue. There was an informal dinner yesterday evening among the colleagues, who came a little bit earlier to this conference. And in a given moment of this dinner, we said that we don't use the digitization words, because we have to explain somehow, not only the experts, not only the people who are involved in the technology and in the digitization, but for the ordinary people. So therefore, let's turn to the real life. If you turn to the real life, let's think about the saving property, saving health, saving your intangible and tangible assets, saving, for example, your ID cards, saving your money, saving your business cards. This is the so-called analog world. You have to save them. You have to defend them. And this is the same issue in the digital world, let's say we are talking about the cybersecurity, but there is no new issues on the table, only the technology development. And I feel myself as an odd one out, which means that I am not a cybersecurity expert. I am an economist, and I worked for venture capital funds, and also was the vice president of the Hungarian Media and Telecommunications Authority. And I approached this issue, for example, selling the frequencies, to the market players, to the telecommunications companies. I approached from another way, not from a technological point of view, from the benefit of the society and for the economy. If you look at, for example, the governments, the government's approach, there are governments who are quite agile, progressive, innovative, and recognized or have recognized that if you sell the 5G frequencies, for example, in a beauty contest, not selling them, in a tender and boost the revenue of the state budget or income of the state budget, this beauty contest could produce more value in the future than to sell it, for a huge amount of money once. And this is again an example that I will turn to the cybersecurity issue as well, because based on these opinions or the experts' opinions, I think that cybersecurity in Europe and in Central Europe is one of the most important issues of the digitization and digitalization, and it's a horizontal phenomenon. Mm-hmm. There are verticals, health, industry, logistic, and so on, agriculture, for example. But cybersecurity is a horizontal phenomenon, and to increase the basic digital skill level of the people, and not only the experts, not only the large multinational companies, employees, the small and medium-sized enterprises, and the private individuals. This is the key issue, key basis to be successful in cybersecurity. Why I said this? Because if you look at the network, the chain, always the weakest part or piece of the chain is attacked, or has been attacked, or will be attacked. Mm-hmm. And therefore, if you look at, for example, an economy and a society, and the small and medium-sized companies are not aware of the cybersecurity, and the private individuals have no enough knowledge, digital skills, digital competencies, this is a real threat on all the national economy and society, and all the European, let's talk about the regional issue, the regional cooperations, and of course the European cooperations. So this means for me that we have to be very, very cautious and go together, mm-hmm. cooperate together, not only in one country, regional level, European level, and of course global level. In this situation, Europe has a real advantage because the frequency strategy of Europe is quite stable. And Roberto Viola, who is the head of the DG Connect, in the European Commission, he came from the mobile industry, and he had a very, very real straightaway strategy, to establish the European legislation as soon as possible on a common basis, to be successful with the 4G, 5G frequency allocations. And the framework, European framework, is stable for that. Individual countries, who made the analog switch off, to make room for the frequencies, 5G, 4G frequencies, weren't so clever, because the analog switch off is an important issue, but it's a kind of social issue as well, for the society, for the private individuals. So if a government or a national authority recognize or realize that this is a real value for the society and for the economy in the future, they were pioneers, to sell the frequencies. So these are, a kind of holistic approach of this, and not to go into the details, technological details, but I think that this is one of the most important issue, to be at the same level, at the same basis, or at least to establish the common denominator.
Having the actually sharp 13 minutes left, I want to give every of you just 2 minutes to recapitulate of whatever we have heard. And I see Robert has so many notes that I'm sure you don't even need a question. And if all of you fit in 2 minutes, we even save one. So starting with you, Robert.
I was sketching all the time. So
I can see, and it's not true.
No, I think there are some good points. Of course, Magda has mentioned about attacks against passwords. So Gabor mentioned about weakest element, but it's usually attacks. So if passwords are the weakest element, so remove the password. So this is the idea. And as you know, one of the vendors already proposed it. One of my private accounts, I do not have a password anymore. So it's right now, it's fully based on multi-factor authentication. So maybe this is the way. And of course, referring to what Magda mentioned about education, about some investment, multinational investment and collaboration that Gabor referred to, I think, and that could be maybe the topic for another discussion, how the concept of European Cybersecurity Center of Competence, and again, I congratulate Romania to win this competition. We supported in the second phase of voting, we supported Romania as we agreed with Romania a year ago. So of course, we will work right now across European countries, of course, especially from our region, when the investment in the skills development and also catching the innovative ideas and implementing them, how can we apply together Romania, Hungary, and other countries, of course, how we apply together for funding for some common projects. So if we will identify the common interest in specific project, it may be related to 5G, it may reflect, of course, partnership with global players, it may reflect recognition for the innovative companies from our countries, because this is especially for 5G, especially for next generation of communication, it's mainly about software, actually, but of course we should not forget about hardware components, but it's mainly about software, it's about algorithms. So that's why where we do not need a huge potential of manufacturing, we need smart minds. And of course, recognizing where we have them distributed across our capitals, discussing and finally putting on the table and defining the project, applying for the funding from European Cybersecurity Center of Competence, we get a 50% of donation from European funds. So we need to be smart to really define the strategic projects that meet our requirements, that are actually where our national interests will be addressed.
Martin Muller, your thoughts. What we need, what we are facing right now at the moment?
Well, I think the number one thing we all need across the whole of Central Eastern Europe is the spectrum. Some countries have gone early and had different spectrum. There's 3 different frequency spectrums that are available for 5G. The C-band, 3.4 gigahertz to 3.8 gigahertz, is the most beneficial and will be widely used by all individuals and industries. So some countries have auctioned this and it's available. Other countries have recently done it, but there's still 3 countries in Central Eastern Europe that haven't started yet. And this is obviously going to be a detriment to their economic growth when the businesses across all industry sectors are going to benefit from this. Some countries have also allocated spectrum for industries. Nobody across Central Eastern Europe has done that officially yet. But we do see some good examples. I think Croatia's done very well with the spectrum and having 5G rolled out. Czech Republic as well, Slovenia, we see good 5G momentum there. So I come back to the fact that earlier on I said our prediction is 33% of 5G traffic in Central Eastern Europe by 2026. This is the Ericsson Mobility Report, which is generally a good indicator of the future. We see Western Europe being double that. And I think Central Eastern Europe needs to make sure that it's not behind in Europe, because Europe can be behind the rest of the world. So it's important the spectrum's available and that the operators can deploy this as quickly as possible for the benefit of every nation in Central Eastern Europe.
I hope that goes well. Sławomir, I was wondering what you were noting down for the whole time.
Yeah, well, what do we need, right? That's the question that we have. Well, first of all, I think we should trust in ourselves more. We need to be courageous, ambitious as well. Our region is a region of sleeping giants. This is where we have the assets that are so much seeked by the global corporations. These are our minds and our education. Truly, all the countries in this region share a very special view on the fundamentals of information technologies, that is mathematics, and that was already mentioned in this conference. We are much better abstract thinkers than our Western colleagues, and that should be exploited for our own interests. And that's important. And what's happening is a blessed coincidence of events, I would say. 5G is software, and it's opening. Cybersecurity becomes an issue, and it's very much algorithmic. So that's a huge opportunity for us. And I would say the time is now. So we should think about how we can put together those assets and build global companies coming from this region. That is our dream. At the end of the day, the final question is who works for whom.
Thank you. Magda, you were mentioned because of the password issues. And like, by the way, I want to ask, do you also not use passwords anymore?
I am an adept of zero trust approach.
Okay.
So that includes MFA, indeed. But I am so glad to have heard points that are somehow on our agenda as well. We were speaking about the elites. We do have elites because indeed we do have fundamental science education, formal education with a lot of tradition in the entire CEE. But we have a challenge to retain these talents to work for this region. I know a lot of people that are based in Romania, but they are working remotely from our country and from our region, but for other beneficiaries. We need to turn that around and to make use of these people. So I do agree on that. And the other thing that I'm glad that Robert has brought up is the cybersecurity network and cybersecurity competence center that indeed is now located in Bucharest, in Romania. It is the first EU agency that is headquartered here. And I think it's an important signal for the entire CEE and one that we need to take advantage of and to leverage, because this body is going to manage the cybersecurity funds in the next multi-annual financial framework. We need to take advantage, because if we build and retain and develop technological and industrial facilities for cybersecurity, the people are going to stay, the good people. New elites are going to be motivated to be created and to go into this area. So I fully trust that we as a region should organize and come up with projects that can take advantage of this center being placed in CEE.
Well, thank you very much. And then a very quick flight from Romania to Latvia, Martins.
Okay, thank you. I'm proud to come from a country where already quite some number of 5G base stations are already in operation. So, and I strongly believe that 5G will drive innovation, and there are a lot of opportunities because any innovation done on a 5G network is global. Nevertheless, I also can only appraise EU approach to the 5G cybersecurity being a risk-based assessment, and at least from our country's view, involving all the relevant stakeholders. Nevertheless, skills are very important, extremely important for everything what we talked about today, including development, innovation, cybersecurity, everything, just everything. Thank you.
Thank you. And once again,
Thank
Gabor.
you.
Yes.
I would summarize with 4 words, First is trust, second is awareness, third is digital skills, and the fourth is cooperation. And if we look at this fourth, the cooperation, if we look at the current conference, in Warsaw, this is a very good opportunity to cooperate to each other, to learn to each other, to learn from each other, and continue it. In the meantime, we had also not debate, dialogue on that how we can continue it, because we know the strategic issues now. We have to form this strategy into action plan. But we need resources for that, financial resources, human resources, and time, of course. From here, I urge, the representatives of the governments to allocate resources for that work, because somehow in this room, not only all, but more of us are volunteers, in this, let's say, evangelistic job, and pioneers as well. So if you could cooperate together and accommodate, these cross-border projects, okay, let's step back a little bit, not only projects, studies, surveys, let's make, measure twice and cut once. This is another very important issue here. And I think that if we measure, if we study, if we make surveys based on that, we could be very successful, efficient, and sufficient. So let's remember, this trust, awareness, digital skills, and cooperation.
Well, thank you very much. This was very thoughtful. I only have one thought that does not have to do with technology pretty much at all, but I must say that I had been a journalist for years doing live television, and I have never ever had such a self-disciplined group of guests. Like never. We still have 20 seconds according to the clock, so our next speaker will get that 20 seconds from Gabor. Thank you very much. It was great having you.
Thank you.
Dziękuję. Thank you. So as I just mentioned, we are just about to hear our next keynote speaker, and after that, our next panel will focus on business transformation. But just before that, the speech by Brandon Mitchener, advisor to the Connected Commerce Council Europe, and you have the extra 20 seconds that you have been given by Gabor. Or not. No, Brandon's not. Totally. If Brandon is not here with us, then I guess there's nothing else to do than to start the panel then. So for that next panel, please let me invite to the stage Bartłomiej Kołodziej, Deputy Director of VAT Department at the Ministry of Finance in Poland, of course. For once. Magdalena Kotlarczyk, Country Director at Google Poland. Hi. Dzień dobry. Take your seat, please. Hello. Artur Wiza, Executive Vice President at Asseco Poland. Konstantin Wasiuk, Executive Director, IT Ukraine Association. Online, yes. Mario Lelowski, First Vice President at ITAS Slovakia. Hello, great to have you. and Andrei Bakvarov, Director of Digital Transformation at Digital National Alliance, Bulgaria. Hi. Take your seats, please. Okay, so this was my bad, but there is our keynote speaker who is online, and I have not actually realized that. So we have the keynote speech first, please, but you can listen to it just being on the stage totally, and then we'll have the this one's yours, and then we'll have the panel discussion. So please, with the keynote speech.
Well, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes.
For a second, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Very good.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Okay, sorry for the technical difficulty. I could hear you fine all along. I'll try to be brief because I don't want to steal the 20 seconds that you gave me. Thank you for having me. I would just like to say that I'm here for two reasons. One, on behalf of the Connected Commerce Council, which is a nonprofit organization devoted to promoting small businesses access to digital technology, empowering SMEs to use them to best effect. And I'm also a small business owner. I organize wine tastings and I sell wine online through a website which I've built in the last year. So since I started doing wine tastings in 2017, I've used a lot of digital tools. If somebody could skip to slide 2, please. Yes, thanks. So I've used a number of digital tools since I began this journey of the wine business: Eventbrite, MailChimp, Facebook, and Instagram. And then when the COVID pandemic hit, I couldn't do face-to-face wine tastings anymore, of course, and I had to pivot to doing a fully digital business. So I built a website, started using payment systems, Stripe and PayPal, and doing my wine tastings virtually on Zoom. I would mail people the wine in advance, but then we would get together and discuss it over Zoom, like most people around the world, I guess. And I also use Google My Business to run my website and my email account. So next slide, please. So there are three things that SMEs need to make the digital transformation. If you could click, please. Yes, first, they need to embrace it. I mean, it may sound obvious, and I'm sure that I'm preaching to the already converted in this audience, but I think it does need to be said. Digitalization is great. Big business is going to do it. In any case, SMEs need to make the same effort or be left behind. They need powerful digital tools to survive and thrive in this rapidly changing world. Actually, if you could click for the next bit of text as well. Yes, thank you. And one more time, governments should be helping SMEs make this transition. If you could click one more time, please. And the next one, and governments should do no harm. This needs to be said that the government should not be making things harder for SMEs. I'd just like to cite one example, GDPR, the Data Protection Directive. The European Commission thinks it did the world a huge favor with this directive, but Europe already had the toughest data protection rules in the world. And now every small and medium-sized business in Europe and the world needs to annoy its customers with this silly cookie messages that nobody reads and just give people repetitive stress injury. So some people think the GDPR is great. I personally don't. I think it was it created a lot of collateral damage, particularly for SMEs. So the next slide, please. Why are we talking about SMEs in the first place? Why do SMEs matter? They're 99% of all European businesses. There are 22.6 million SMEs in Europe, and they account for more than half of Europe's economic output. Even before COVID, 50% of small businesses used social media, and 1 in 5 made electronic sales, so basically digital services. So according to a survey that the Connected Commerce Council has done, more European small businesses are actually digitally advanced than is the case in the United States, 42% to 35%. And this gives Europe a competitive advantage. And Europe should do whatever they can to keep this competitive advantage and not undermine it. Next slide, please. So according to the same survey, 90% of small businesses that stayed in business through the pandemic reported that COVID-19 negatively impacted their business. Compared to pre-COVID levels, they had 16% fewer customers and 22% less revenue. 69% of those small businesses that called themselves digitally advanced said digital tools are more helpful in running their business now than before the pandemic, so now more than ever. And during the first year of the pandemic, these small businesses that are digitally advanced enjoyed 1.6 times more revenue, 1.4 times better customer retention, and they hired 3.3 more people, 3.3 times more people, sorry. Next slide, please. So Polish SMEs, because the survey differentiated, of course, between the countries where people were responding. Polish SMEs have a slightly higher propensity to be digitally advanced and to be more concerned with digital tools. While SMEs generally reported revenue losses because of COVID, Poland's digitally advanced SMEs significantly outperformed their digitally uncertain counterparts. Digitally advanced SMEs also hired 4.8 times more employees than the digitally uncertain SMEs. And lastly, 82% of Poland's SMEs increased their use of digital tools during the pandemic, which is 2% above the European average. Next slide, please. So digital tools will benefit SMEs far beyond the current pandemic. One main reason that some SMEs haven't accelerated their digital adoption is they don't understand how the tools work together within a broader digital strategy. SMEs that are digitally driven also need access to capital, infrastructure, tools, and training so that they can continue to grow their business. That's where the Connected Commerce Council tries to help. Both 3C, as we call it, and its members offer free training to SMEs who want to better use their tools. Next slide, please. So the top recommendations from this survey of Polish SMEs for policymakers are they need access to capital and infrastructure. No surprise, every company wants to grow and they need money to do it. It could be grants, loans, or public-private partnerships. The second is they need access to training. I heard somebody in the previous panel talking about the importance of digital skills, especially for SMEs that don't have vast training budgets. That's a really important one to help train them on what digital tools make the most sense for them, which ones provide the best return on investment. And number three, I would say, is access to the tools themselves. So this is not for the governments to provide, but for tech companies, is to better understand the needs of the small businesses and help them use these tools to reach new customers and grow their business so that it's a win-win for everybody. Next slide, please. So how can we accelerate SME's digital transformation? I would start by saying what I mentioned before, do no harm. The digital transformation is already underway. It's already helping the small businesses that have embraced digital technologies. But there is a proposal in Brussels right now, which you're probably aware of, called the Digital Markets Act. This is a landmark proposal to expand the EU antitrust authority. which today is based on a case-by-case investigation of alleged unfair or anti-competitive activity. The Commission says, the European Commission says, the point of this is to rein in the biggest digital gatekeepers, the Facebooks, Amazons, Googles, and others of the world. The goal is to keep those large firms from getting even larger by limiting their business practices. But some of these practices help SMEs. For instance, there's an article in this proposal that would prohibit large platforms from combining personal data of the users of different platforms, even if the users have given their approval for that. Remember GDPR, people gave their approval, but since Facebook owns Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, for example, sharing of data between those platforms could become more difficult under the Digital Markets Act because some people feel that that's a problem. Sharing data improves the performance of targeted advertising and promoted posts, which is the main reason that small businesses use these platforms to begin with. Next slide, please. So are big platforms friends or foes of small and medium-sized businesses? On the positive side, they help SMEs become more competitive by providing access to affordable and easy-to-use digital tools. They provide integrated customer data, email and e-commerce and payment systems that are easier for small businesses and provide good value at relatively small cost or no cost. Some critics say that big platforms collect a lot of data. But is that really a bad thing? More data means better business decisions normally. Most people think big data is a great thing. Less data means poorer decisions or spending more money to achieve the same results. The critics also say that big platforms promote their own services. So just to do a check before this conference, I Googled the name of my own company to see what came up. And maybe because I use Google My Business, the name of my own company website was the first thing that showed up. And then came a whole list of, let's say, company listings, like the phone book or different companies that sell information about small businesses. Well, I'm personally quite happy that my own website was the first thing that came up and not other sites that, other people are promoting. So next slide, please. I'd like to end on the same three recommendations that I started with. Digitalization is good for SMEs, and they should fully embrace it. The interoperability that SMEs currently enjoy with the kind of digital tools available on the market helps them reach customers fast and without too much cost. And SMEs like the digital integration that makes these simple for them because they don't have armies of IT people and lawyers and marketers to help them do that. The number 2 recommendation is governments should be helping SMEs to make the digital transformation through things like access to infrastructure and funding. And above all, government should do no harm. The Digital Markets Initiative is so broad that it could outlaw some of the very features that make leading digital platforms so attractive to SMEs, sometimes even existential. And as proposed, the Digital Markets Act would almost certainly increase complexity, uncertainty, and costs for small businesses. One last click, please. So the Digital Markets Act could unintentionally put European small business on a path to digital regression. I hope they don't. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I forgot about this. In terms of technology, of course. So skills and, well, the big platforms perspective. Are you a friend or a foe? Then this is a question that I will ask in just a minute. But thank you very much again. And to begin with, kind of a perspective on what the countries actually can do and how they how they support the transformation of smaller companies and larger companies. I can only imagine that the larger you are, probably the easier it is to gain funding from, or you are funding others, or you gain funding from not necessarily state, but venture capitals. And how does it work, Błażej, with the SMEs? Do they have this chance as well? And I thought, what? Błażej Kołodziej was not. Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah. So how does this work with SMEs? And you need your microphone. Yeah, it's on, I guess.
Oh, thank you. Bartłomiej Kołodziej, Deputy VAT Director in the Ministry of Finance. First of all, I want to say that I am very honored that I am taking part in this discussion. I can contribute to this discussion on very important issues. From the tax perspective, from the Ministry of Finance, I must say that we see two areas or two types of incentive or tools that could be proposed for entrepreneurs. First one is to support and to support the entrepreneurs to invest and to implement new solutions. And the second one is to provide tools that will enable taxpayers to implement faster, cheaper, more cost-effective solutions concerning tax compliance. And in Poland, we already implemented started out at fine. It was implemented in 2018. Since these days, it was modernized. Currently, this tool is addressed to all taxpayers in Poland, almost all taxpayers in Poland. The taxpayers, generally the taxpayers are obliged to report in the standard fine information concerning their purchases and sales. From 2020, they are not obliged to report separately, to submit separately VAT return. It is done together with the standard audit fine. The next thing that could be very helpful, I think, with respect to the supporting digital transformation is the national e-invoicing system that we are planning to introduce soon. I mean, the first step will be implemented from January next year, and the mandatory version will be from 2023. In this system will, simply speaking, allow to provide standardized schemes for invoicing. Mm-hmm. And there are also some tools in the field of corporate and personal income tax that will be implemented from January 2022. I mean, the tax relief for prototypes, the tax relief for innovative workers, and tax relief for automatization, let's say, and robotization. It means that the taxpayers will have the opportunity to reduce their tax base twice, because they will be allowed to reduce the tax base with respect to some kinds of costs concerning these types of activities.
So with those tools comes knowledge. I would say you would represent one of two organizations, Ministry of Finance, that knows everything about everyone. But in the room there's another institution like that, and that's Google, obviously, that knows everything about everyone. I'm not going to ask the question friend or a foe, because I think it's pointless and everyone knows your answer. But then, more or less, knowing anything there is to be known, you provide lots of tools, especially for smaller companies at Google. And I'm wondering, how skillful are the entrepreneurs in Poland, or CEE, to use a broader range, in using them, and how helpful it is?
Oh, hello, hello.
Yeah, it's good.
Welcome to Warsaw. I know that this is probably the last thing that our panel is the last thing between you leaving this room and going on a nice walk in a sunny Warsaw. I am Magda Kotlarczyk. I'm the country director of Google in Poland. Very recent in the job, 10 years at Google, but only it's my month 4 on the job. So I hope to provide some fresh eye perspective. I do believe that there is still lots of work to be done to help SMBs doing the great work they are doing. They are half of our GDP. So they are half of Polish economy, and they are also contributing largely to the CEE economy. So there is no healthy region, there is no healthy Poland without healthy sector of SMBs. And that's why we do know, because we want to be part of the ecosystem, that helping SMBs is part of our mission. And for us, it means doing it at scale, because scale is somehow embedded in Google's mission. We don't want to help a couple of people or a couple of companies, but the entire ecosystem. That's why we reviewed the data for this panel, and we can proudly say that since 2015, we've trained in the region over 1.2 million people in digital skills. When it comes to SMBs specifically and Poland specifically, the latest program that we are running together with the Polish investment fund and the national cloud provider is called the Companies of Tomorrow. We've committed to train 15,000 companies, SMBs, by the end of 2021, and we're on track to do that. And 12.5 thousand companies trained. We just got Ipsos report saying that 73% impact rate of this program. So we want to understand how we can drive it further. And it is my job as the new country director to go to Google headquarters and say, like, how can we get more investment into Poland, because 15,000 companies is a lot, but there are way more to be trained.
Okay, so another big player, to put it in this way, is Asseco, obviously. But on your end of the business, there's also not only SMEs, but like huge players, huge companies, standout companies and agencies as well. And I was wondering how they are adapting to the change, to the global change. And maybe what has changed, if anything, I guess something, during the last year and a half, is it already, of the pandemic that we are facing?
Thank you very much for the invitation. And just compared to the Google, we are a small company with an S at the beginning. Yes, Asseco is the biggest and maybe the oldest startup in Poland. We started exactly 2 days ago. We had a 30th birthday, and today we are in 60 countries and with 28,000 people. And we understand small businesses also, not only large corporations that we support from Asseco Poland here or in other countries, but also we have in the group companies that are providing solutions for small and medium enterprises. Asseco Business Solution is a good example, because we are delivering ERP systems for thousands of companies in Poland, and Asseco Solution is delivering solution in Central Europe and Germany and other countries. If we look at what SME expect or what they need in technology, because digitalization is the must. We see that, of course, big companies prepared their system very quickly, and paperless business and the digital transformation, this is something that is happening, but also in SMB. But what they need three things. One is seamless Second is inexpensive, and the third is available systems. Seamless, I would say, small companies are not, they have no IT managers, they have no IT specialists. They need to have simple solution that will work, they will support the business. This is why they go for the platforms. Inexpensive, as we look at the investments, they prefer to spend not a lot of money. They prefer even to pay for usage, and this is why cloud is a good solution to provide. Even platforms also are a good solution for them, because they can pay for the usage, not for the investments in the front, what big companies are doing. And the third thing is availability. We know what's happened a few days ago. Not possible to connect to for some small businesses that are using platforms, especially like a Facebook, to sell their product. For them, it was like going out of the business for a few hours. 6 hours out of the business. Can you imagine that somebody will tell you your business is not running at all? That's something that cannot happen, which means that availability for them is important. If they switch to IT, they switch to digitalization, they need to have a system that are highly available. That's why we believe that growing cloud solutions, and that's what's happening, the investments, Google investments in Poland, that Chmura Krajowa, and also we started last month the new company Asseco Cloud. This is what we need to deliver, because this is something that for SMB will be very helpful to grow their business.
So I was wondering, because all of us are basically same group of countries, CEE, European Union, and it's very often it is that you need someone from outside of the room entering it and then seeing things in a different perspective. And I was wondering if Konstantin has that kind of a perspective, how different it is, us being here, and how different it is in Ukraine. We do not hear, and yeah, now we do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, hello everybody. Thank you for inviting, and I'm glad to represent IT Ukraine Association. We unite tech companies and tech industry in Ukraine. So, and regarding the topic, so what I think also important, the digitalization of the business is the business itself. And the providers and companies which are ready to support this process and to transform businesses of small and medium enterprises as well, they should be also in good shape and in good professional shape, and know very well what is the problems and pains of this small and medium business. So in Ukraine we have very booming IT and tech industry, and mostly it goes like for external customers. Previous years we grow for external markets and still growing for main customers in the United States, Central Eastern Europe, etc., all the countries all around the world. But now our internal market and internal companies, they also use this opportunity, because our companies, IT companies and product and service companies, they have gained the knowledge and expertise or being competitors on the global market. So now these benefits can be used by local small companies, including the small companies.
Back to the EU then. Thank you very much, Konstantin. But I was wondering with Mario Lelowski, when you're trying to elevate the capabilities, the skills on many certain levels, I was wondering how this works and which level is maybe more important. With our Latvian guest, we were talking about how they are trying to use the post-COVID funds from the EU to raise the skills, but the basic skills, but there's also professional skills for SMEs, for example.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for inviting me for the conference. I am very happy that I can be here, and I would like to meet you all next year as well. Yes, digital skills is a big issue. We have listened this phrase maybe 20 to 25 times today. But what is it exactly? Because we have a lot of skills which we know. Now the digital skills are for many people completely new. And as I'm representing also the National Union of Employers, the general employers, when they employ ICT specialists for any position or reason, they basically, the HR managers nor the businessmen, the owners have basic idea what the hell people should know.
Okay.
Today, you see the CVs of people. You have maybe 1/3 of the CV is education. I mean, the past, the history. There was no digital usually that time. Then you see the experiences where the person was working before. Maybe slightly you can imagine what it exactly means for you. And then you see such a bench of information about digital skills. I can work with PowerPoint. I heard about cloud. I have any idea about this.
Microsoft Office Basic and
yeah.
Google Slides and so on.
Yeah,
right?
so I have got the request, please make an order in it. We as employers, in general employers, want to know what do we need, what do we should require from people, and they should clearly state yes or no. And this is difficult, because people, us, particularly young people, us, the people overestimate their digital skills by far. So we decided, first of all, there was no DIGCOMP that time, 10 years ago when we started to test digital skills. And we decided not to ask people what they think they know. We started with testing, real hard testing. And we found out the younger the person is, the more overestimates his or her digital skills. We started with the IT fitness test. This year we have run the 10th edition, so 10 years in a row. This is the testing for kids, for students of the basic schools, is a one level. And next level is the testing for future graduates of secondary schools and from universities. And we are not testing what they teach in the schools, because teachers teach what they want. Usually, they start to teach.
Well, they're not supposed to.
And unfortunately, it is it. Teachers teach what they have in curricula and what they want and what they know. We are asking kids and students that what they know, what we need from them if they go to life. So we are testing digital skills from the future graduates, which will be needed and required when they go to work. We are not here, employers, to teach them digital skills. They should learn it on their own. They should learn it at school. They should be ready. What I am sure, of course, we have to take care of their level. Maybe we can adjust it, we can do upskilling, but please, people, they should be responsible for digital skills, because this is, I'm not talking about IT sphere, all the others. They should be good in banking, they should be good in what they do, but digital skills on a certain level are required as a basic must. So we are testing at schools, the graduates, future graduates, that with questions in 5 areas, what we expect them to know. And the results are 50%. In general, 50%. So we can say that future graduates, future people, future generation, which will go into work, they are about so-so. And if we go below, then we are testing the 8th or 9th grade or year of the basic school. We are testing the skills which are expected by teachers in the secondary schools. Because if you go to school, you should know Office, you should know how to use Google, you should maybe now know how to connect to your schooling teacher and so on. So we are testing this. And we have found out that these youngsters are about 42%, which is not that what we expected, but first we ask them, what do you think you know? This is about 80%. And then we test them, and we found 42%. And the important issue is that we have to change the test every single year, because there are new technologies coming. There was no Instagram a few years ago. There was no distance learning before. So now every year we add new features. But I don't want to be long, but it's a long run stuff. Sure. And last point, I say that it is quite successful. This year we have tested 50,000 people, even COVID, not COVID. And we got a grant from Visegrad Fund for enlarging the testing to Visegrad countries, so Czechia, Slovakia, Hungary, and Poland as well. Thank you.
Just
Can I have
for
a
you
quick
to know,
question?
we have a clock here. You don't need to take care of it.
Okay.
Because, yeah, we have more time than that, right? That's the only thing, yeah.
I have a question. Usually you get what you measure. So are you observing progress in, you've been running it for years, are you observing progress in the level of digital literacy?
Yeah, basically we all expect that the digital literacy or numeracy is increasing as we use more and more digital stuff, tools, whatever. So we have to bring new questions, new information which we test, also a bit increase the level. And so you cannot exactly say last year compared to this year, because this is changing. Yeah, this is a different life. And this is one point. The second is that the more people take part in testing, the results are worse. Because this is a voluntary. Yeah, this is not a must. Okay, many schools take it as a, okay, kids sit down and we do test. Yeah, but normally it's voluntary. So those people who are aware of it, they are self-confident, they run the test. And if you add more and more, then you see the level is lower and lower. So if we test 300 schools, the result is, let's say, here. If we add another 300 schools, new schools, which usually didn't take part in this or so, the level is below. No? So in general, I can say that the general level of digital skills in the country is low. It's not sufficient. So, hey, we have to do something.
I wish I had those voluntary tests at school, but I don't think this happens for good. Yes, Andrzej, I was wondering where these skills that we were just talking about, how you can anticipate, or what's the effect of them being there or not, people having the skills or not, when you proceed on to SMEs. What can you observe?
Right. I'm the Director for Digital Transformation for the Digital National Alliance of Bulgaria, but also I run 4 SMEs employing about 400 people. And so what I have to do, I have to survive. And, and this is why we're so involved in policy, and this is why we're so supportive of the 3Cs initiative, because to be able to be on par, you need to have a common ICT legislation. And we have a good framework, the Digital Markets Act, the Digital Services Act, but we're very much against the Digital Sovereignty Act because, we're more and more, and I think we have to differentiate between the countries in the 3Cs initiatives and the European Union in general, because we have a huge, digital divide when we come to the starting points and also the digital skills. I mean, it's only Estonia from the whole 3Cs initiative that can be is what described as what McKinsey calls digital front runner, right? We're all digital challengers here, including Poland, which is obviously doing a great job. And when I listen to the conversation, well, first we're supportive of the big platforms because it helps define something, that we define as digital poverty, right? Because in Bulgaria, what happens, digital poverty is the lack of tools, but also the lack of skills. Because you can have the tools, but if you don't know how to use them or how to apply them in business context, it becomes a problem, right? And I was so happy today that, Mark Andrijanovic from Slovenia, what he mentioned as ideas we already have in Bulgaria. Talk about transatlantic cooperation. We have been already investing for more than 5 years in something called the Bulgarian Innovation Hub in the Bay Area, which is actually co-founded by a senior vice president from Google, the Bulgarian guy. We've been putting a lot into creating our own talent. We found a way to compete by creating talent rather than asking for universities to take it, by combination of what we do as senior governance in the companies, by upskilling and reskilling academies. And this is one of the things that we're using now in Bulgaria with our Ministry of Education. I'm happy I was invited last week on the board of that thing, on the STEM board. to see how can we apply business context, use cases and business cases to that. So, unfortunately, what I can talk about is what we don't have, right? Because I'm sitting here, because when having this legislation, well, horizontally we have a lot of things. Vertically, we don't apply anything to that, I would say, and because we're fragmented markets. What I've discovered in Bulgaria, first we're fragmented in terms of institutions. We've discovered we have a lot of funding, we have a lot of money coming from all kinds of sources. We don't know about them. Today I was listening to Jan Cernowski and I was amazed what Poland is doing in terms of collecting taxes, using algorithms to prevent tax fraud. We don't have it, we don't have the tools. And ultimately, what I wanted to say about skills, it's a big mystery. We have funding, we have the will, we have the skills. As digital challengers, we roll out 1 million STEM graduates. It's about twice more than the digital frontrunners. But we don't talk to each other. And one of the things that I want to highlight is the need to create a transnational governing bodies that are able to transfer practices. I'm very happy to see here Gabor. I'm very happy to see here Michal, who is our host today, because it's on the table. We've been working for 2 years now to come up with ideas as a repository for good practices. We've identified the needs, but it's time to start applying those to business cases. With Michal, we discussed yesterday, we need to target health tech. Health tech is a big problem. And one of the examples, and I'm going to finish on that, in Eastern Europe, we have a great case with clinical research outsourcing driven by data. We're able to generate more and more access to data. We're able to generate, actually shorten the time for making new drugs. And we have the capacity to do that. So talking about skills, we don't have the combined governance. We don't have a repository of good practices that we need to sit together, upvote, and not within the level of European Union. That should happen on the level of the 3Cs initiative by a governing body that exists inside the 3Cs initiative.
Having the 15 minutes left, again, I want to give again everyone a short chance to have their own thoughts. Starting with Brandon, I hope you can hear us. Can you? So, as your speech was kind of a background or maybe a bit of a base for this discussion, do you think there's something that you would change about it after what you have just heard for the past, say, 40 minutes, I guess? Half hour?
No, I think there was a lot of agreement. What I heard was people reinforcing the need for digital skills, reinforcing the need for the big platforms that do have a role to play in this digital transformation. I would maybe just say that the availability question that was highlighted by Arthur is maybe a little bit overplayed. I mean, if we weren't talking about digital businesses and you're a brick and mortar company and you have a flood, well, you're also going to be down for a few hours. The National Health Service in the United Kingdom a couple of years ago got hacked, and they were down for a couple of days and had to delay essential surgeries to people who had life-threatening illnesses. So, I mean, my personal view is a little bit more zen about these things. These things happen. Of course, it's good if they don't happen. These things happen, and what's important is to have a robust infrastructure and cybersecurity rules and enforcement of the laws to try to keep things up and running as much as possible. Otherwise, I would say there's a lot of agreement in the panel that digital tools are a good thing. Thank you.
Pretty much, yes. I guess it would be, especially in the room, hard to find someone who would disagree with that. Bartłomiej, just as Andrzej mentioned, the tools that the government is using in the tax area, for example, is one area, but would you say briefly that there's this or another tool that you would recommend to other governments, countries, places that they maybe are not using but became hugely effective?
Let me say like this, there are a range of tools and legislative measures that are now implemented or will be implemented soon. And first, what I would focus is using the tools to support VAT reporting and to and also let me mention that there is still discussion on the EU forum concerning the future tools that will be implemented in Europe, and I think that we can take the part in this discussion based on our experiences, especially when it comes to standard audit file reporting and a system like national invoicing systems. And I think that this is the direction that all countries are looking at. And also, this is the one aspect, yeah, but there is also aspect concerning the e-commerce and platform economy, and there is still a debate on the EU level in this respect concerning new solutions that will facilitate this kind of business. This year, starting from June, 1st July, the e-commerce VAT package was implemented. This was a huge step in facilitating and providing tools for SMEs operating in this kind of in this sector, and yeah, I think that there's lots of tools and ideas still discussed in on the EU level.
Thank you. And we were talking SMEs all the time, which is obviously crucial for every economy. But I was wondering if this technological change, digitization, is only a huge chance, big market for companies like Google, or are there threats, challenges, something that concerns you in this context?
My boss, Sundar Pichai, says that probably one of the biggest threats of humanity is that we do not leverage technology well enough to actually make our life better. And in that context, I think if we are after driving the prosperity of this region, we should make sure that the prosperity of the SMBs is enabled, that they are helped with running their business. And I do believe that it seems like we get the strategy right, but it's in the execution that lays the challenge, in the seamless execution, in a reliable execution, in an execution. SMBs are not in the technology business. Technology is at their service. Digitization is at their service, and doing it in a way that is I think no harm is something that, I would put the bar higher. It's like that enables that. So in that context, an example. So I applaud the e-invoice system, but I do hope that while working on that, there is actually an accountant or multiple accountants from SMBs prototyping that usage of the tool, so that we know how it works for them, for people who are not advanced in technical skills, because they should not be, right? And I think we've got great examples that it can go brilliantly, but we also have examples where the execution is actually the thing that blocks the strategy to be implemented. So simple, seamless execution. It's let's try to make it happen.
Andrei wanted to pick up, so
I just want to comment real quick. I totally agree that we talk a lot about strategy and digitalization, and SMEs, the prototypers, the challenging guys who are bought by the corporations. One thing which is a great example that we don't share practices, we're discussing a lot what we need to do, and I can tell you an organization where we're all participating, and from the whole 3Cs, only Austria is not participating. Can you guess which is the name of the organization who took a very clear agenda on all the emerging and disruptive technologies such as AI, quantum computing, IoT, etc. It's called NATO. And what I want to do, I mentioned that in the same room 2 weeks ago in Warsaw, we need to connect to another good practice. I know, because Mr. Solomon Pasi from Bulgaria mentioned the war of fingers today, and that we're actually seeing a lot of those technologies not only as enablers, which was the Polish case, but also, talk about weaponized AI, talking about somebody in a microbiology laboratory, paying for Google machine time or AWS machine time or Azure to create a new virus. We're talking about a structure that's already existing. So I just use the opportunity to remind about a structure that already exists. And actually, you have a great participant. There is a group called NATO Advisory Group on EDT, Emerging Disruptive Technology. And what I want to see, what I would welcome Mr. Kanovnik to add is more SMEs in that room and actually representatives of NATO, because I think we can learn a few very interesting practices that even can be applicable to the Ministry of Finance. And the last point on Google, Microsoft, and Amazon, cyber becomes key also for areas like energy, which is also a pillar for the 3Cs initiative. The IoT, it's not possible to guarantee the cybersecurity unless you have a platform behind it. It's just not possible. It's not even possible for one country. So I think what we need to do is learn from the best examples, connect, learn from each other, have more conferences, but add business cases. And I fully support Magdalena Kotlarczyk on that. We need to add a little bit of business sense to all the discussion, not on the strategy.
Note it down. Okay, thank you. That's good. I'll keep it for you if you forget about it. Sure. But next year, Artur, I wanted to ask about, because we talked about pandemic, and I was just thinking if we are still slowing down or maybe boosting up, like accelerating with technology issues right now after this very hard time.
Definitely we boost, and what we have right now is a demand for the IT in every aspect and every area of the business. What we lack is we have the problem with the people right now, because we need people in technology everywhere, in a government, in finance, in enterprises, and but definitely after this problem, we've seen that having a technology in place helped many companies to go through that difficult period, and definitely we see that it will not stop, but right now we have a lot of requests from the customer to improve their ability to use technology and to make a digitalization of their processes.
I want to jump to Konstantin for a second for those for the quick thought about pretty much the same thing, but from your perspective, is the pandemic now hopefully going out of the pandemic boosting you, or is it still kind of pulling you back? Once again, yeah, it's good.
Thank you. If we speak about IoT technologies and digital transformation of business, we should also say that SME and large business face the same, almost mainly the same challenges now. Speaking about organizing remote work, different limitation to offline activities, supply chains failures. So I mean that I'd say that it's boosting business, but boosting by way of transforming the way of thinking and way of changing business model itself. And again, it came along with additional investments to this part. So I would like to say that we are boosting, by no means.
Well, thank you. And the last word to Mario, I guess. You were talking skills a lot. Would you say that, well, and you were talking kids as well. This was quite a hard time for them. Either was it as we say, jump on a very deep water for them to learn in an instant, or a very large challenge that they could not cope with. What do you think the results of your tests might be next year after the kids came back? but still have kind of a, it's not a gap year, but it's still not a full year of regular learning.
Yeah, for kids, I say future is digital. Kids are the future. Kids are digital. They are digital. They are more digital than we think.
But the thing is that, you know, I don't know if Android games are that much of a digital education as, you know, a Minecraft.
Yeah, so I have also a 15-year-old son, so I know what is digital, a bit. So what we have thought, we all, I mean companies, we simply were ordered to ask our people to work in distance. Also officials in government and so on. And what we had to do, we did it. Yeah, I think, as far as I know, 65% of SMEs, with those employees who can work on distance, they did it, they succeeded. Which was completely different with schools. Yeah. Besides Croatia, which I know quite well, because Croatia made a digital transformation of schools just 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. As far as I know, 95% of schools in Croatia were able to start online distance learning within 2 weeks after pandemic starts, in 2 weeks. In Slovakia, in 2 weeks, there are no data, but we expect 20-25% schools started. I understand that for the teacher it's a new situation, but if you imagine what kids were thinking about the schools and teacher and the whole educational systems, that they all have smartphones, computers, smaller, larger, whatever, so they were ready to start, but the teachers were not. So we started a lot of actions, also Google of Slovakia helped us, Microsoft, IBM, we put together a lot of companies and we started immediately to train teachers how to use Teams, how to use Meet, everything. So constantly we saw that after the end of May of last year, more than half of the schools were able to run distance online learning. Unfortunately, still today, about 40% of teachers think that this will not be used anymore, will not be necessary. We say this is a hybrid era. Yeah. And we have to be thankful for that, because unfortunately I have to say, thanks to pandemia, we have started digital transformation of schools in Slovakia.
Well, just behind your back, there are 2 guests that would not be with us, although theoretically they could come, but we're joining them because, you know, we've just learned that from this year that we had behind us.
We had to, and we did it. Teachers
and now
also should.
It's a regular thing. Our business meetings just go.
Yeah, and one more comment to skills. In general, companies, SMEs are here to run their businesses and taxes. Okay. But we should not be taken as responsible for skills of our employees. We pay taxes and we expect the state takes care of the workforce in general. We are ready to help, we are ready to motivate people, but we are not here the one who should be responsible and nor paid. So please, state representatives, think about it. We pay taxes, we run businesses, we have enough to do, plus administration. The skills of the workforce, this is not the burden, but this is the task for the government. If they want to get paid.
You took the microphone for a reason.
Yes, because you inspired me with the question, with the analysis of the CV. And I'm thinking reading and writing are not reported as skills that are to be put on the CV, because it's obvious that you need to have them in order to survive, right? Can you imagine a situation where the basic digital skills will no longer be reported on the CV because they will be like reading and writing, right? Something that simply helps you cope with life. But what year will that be?
I believe it is already now, because if somebody sent you by email the CV, hopefully he did it, so he can send email, write email, open the computer, start it, maybe no threats and so on. But yes, and we are expecting a lot of other skills like active learning, then thinking, critical thinking, negotiation, and all the other issues which will come up, which are not taught at schools, because this is not in curricula. Yeah. But we have to teach kids by teaching them, I would say, normal stuff, and help them to understand these skills as well. They have to facilitate stuff, they have to prove their decision, they have to make the decision, and so on. So there should be a kind of consultancy process, not one way of giving information.
And that's a focus on future, which I think we are concluding with for today and looking forward to the future next year, for example. Thank you very much. This was fascinating, and I hope we'll have a chance to meet again. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dziękuję, przepraszam. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is pretty much it. We just need a second for this to... 2 seconds, okay. Let be 2 seconds. I hope everyone is satisfied with what we have talked about. I said it's going to be fruitful. I hope it was. And I think we will be leaving this room with our heads full of ideas, thoughts, and probably new ideas that we had. It's good. Believe me, it's good. That we had not before. To conclude our meeting today, Michał Kanownik, once again, I think you remember the name.
Yeah. It was really very hot, fruitful day, long day, but it's not enough. It's not the end. For sure, it's whole long discussions, panels, discussions on the stage, discussion during the lunch or during coffee. I'm sure that we have a lot of to do to build a digital economy in our part of Europe, in the whole European Union. For sure, after these discussions, I'm sure that we can, as a CEE region, be a real digital hub for EU. We have potential, we have skills. Of course, we have to build much more skills, but we have on the very good road, in good direction, to become a real digital region. And I'm sure that with this kind of people who come to Warsaw for this meeting, absolutely we can do it in a very short time. So after these discussions whole day, I'm sure that we can summary of these discussions with few points. Of course, our statement, a common statement after this summit will be much longer, but I would like to focus this time on 5 points of our proclamation after this summit. So first one, growth of the digital economy by providing a fair regulatory landscape. We talked a lot about regulations right now in EU, especially in digital area, and we are agreed, all of us, that we need regulations, but good regulations, and we have to avoid over-regulation. Second topic, regional, widespread adoption and development of the latest technology. We have to be ready for this action, and I'm sure that together as a region, by exchanging our experiences, our knowledge, best cases, we can prepare much better to this. Third one, improvement of connectivity through 5G networks, development and assuring digital security. For sure, security, absolutely the most important thing. 5G, I would like to say that 5G it's today, maybe tomorrow will be in our region in Europe, but I'm sure that we have to think about 6G right now too. Fourth point, support for digital transformation of small and medium enterprises. Absolutely. SMEs is the most important part of our economy, and we have to think about these SMEs. We have to think about startups. We have to help them start their business, and not only on the beginning, But we have to remember about these companies, these startups, after this first hard time activities, and help them to find some partners on a regional, on global market. And last one, but not least, resources and structure for digital cooperation. And we are the best, I think, I'm sure, the best example of this kind of cooperation. I'm sure that together we can do a lot of very good things for our economies, for our region, for whole Europe. And I hope that during these kind of meetings, during our next conferences, forums, meetings, online or on site, doesn't matter, we'll think much more about possibilities, cooperation, activities for our governments, our organizations, our businesses to build digital economy, digital world in Europe, in CEE region, in 3 Cs, and in the whole world, because we have to be digital, but we have to think and remember that not only digital world is around us. Sometimes we have to be a little bit analog. For example, tonight during the dinner, I hope that we will be able to talk a little bit more informal way about the digital world. And maybe, as Gabor mentioned, we tried yesterday during the dinner, decided that we won't use the word digitisation, digital. I'm afraid it's impossible in general, but let's try tonight avoid this word, but probably we will talk a little bit more about our activities, our cooperation. So thank you very much one more time for your visit in Warsaw. I hope that we will meet minimum one time per year in Warsaw. But I saw emails, so I know that we have a lot of events planned even this year. So for sure we will meet many times every year. So thank you very much. These points will be sent to our governments, and I hope that we, as NTAs, as a business and the industry, will be a real partner for our governments, and in collaboration with our governments, in business, in societies, will be ready for big things. Thank you very much one more time. And of course, if we have on the seats NTAs, our guests, please come to the stage. Well, maybe some family photo. Of course, some of you are resting in the rooms, but if you would like to have a photo with me, so please welcome. Okay.
No, please, everyone, if you please come up to the stage for the last photo of today. No, it's not. It's definitely not the first photo, and I'm not gonna ask about the other photos that you might be having in the evening, but.
Yeah, sure.
Ladies, please. Ladies in the middle. Yeah, one lady. More ladies.
And you? Great.
There is only one woman here. What? There is only one woman here.
Solomon, I promise that next year will be better.
Daniel wants me and you to do one photo together.
Oh, sure, of course.
Okay?
Of pleasure.
CEE Digital Summit Warsaw is a meeting of digitalization leaders from all over Central and Eastern Europe. CEE region as the new Silicon Valley. The Central and Eastern European market is a globally unique ecosystem, offering companies and startups a wide range of opportunities and support. CEE is a veritable mine of ideas and solutions. Digitalization is now the most important element of economic policy. For this purpose, we need not only the development of the internet infrastructure of the future, but also innovation and digital skills. Digitalization of the economy is one of the main impulses for the development of the Central and Eastern Europe region. Cooperation in the region is the most important condition for the development of digital economy in Central and Eastern Europe. Our ambition is to create a responsible and innovation-friendly legal environment. We build a bridge between startups and the largest technology players in the market, developing an innovative economy as a common priority for all CEE governments. Our priorities: digital competencies, investments in modern technologies, cybersecurity, support and development of startups, uniform and transparent law, fifth-generation network. Access to the internet and digital services as a fundamental right for everyone in Central and Eastern Europe. The future is now. CEE Digital Summit Warsaw is a meeting of digitalization leaders from all over Central and Eastern Europe. CEE region as the new Silicon Valley. The Central and Eastern European market is a globally unique ecosystem, offering companies and startups a wide range of opportunities and support. CEE is a veritable mine of ideas and solutions. Digitalization is now the most important element of economic policy. For this purpose, we need not only the development of the internet infrastructure of the future, but also innovation and digital skills.